checked audio earlier, so it should be fine. We're about 2 minutes out from live. 90 seconds. 90 seconds to start our broadcast. 60 seconds. 60 seconds to start our broadcast. 30 seconds to start our broadcast. 4, 3, 2, 1. Broadcast starting. Broadcast starting.
What's up? Aloha, kekakiaka, and good morning, gang. Day 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We are shooting out into 2024. Go Nuts, Hawaii, and Keiki Bungalows presents. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and I am accompanied by Isaiah Walker. Aloha, gang. Good morning from around the world at the surfing mecca, Bonsai Pipeline, the proving grounds.
Yeah, and it has. I mean, a lot of people have proven themselves over the last couple of days, Ezra. We've had huge surf, and we're going to go back and actually do some reviews with you this morning of some of the action that
yesterday.
we saw.
Big, massive pipeline and backdoor.
As you saw, the conditions were massive.
Yep.
Most of the North Shore was closed out, and pipeline was pumping. As you can see here, Mokana Pang stalling, getting in the barrel, and there's so many barrels on offer.
Yeah, Mackay McNamara, this was a seamless one as this guy just pulled into that pipe bomb and came right out.
We have teams from around the world, including Team Japan. We're seeing a rider here standing tall on a backdoor pit, loving the action. Jamie O'Brien had a great day yesterday.
He did his job. He also got worked a ton and got plenty good waves. Sebastian Correa, they'll be coming up in their first heat. That was Sebastian Correa from Tubos, Peru.
We also had a little bit of drama on the ski, but our Hawaiian Water Patrol is the best, able to get right back on and into the action.
Brandon Martin riding the bull. Wow. He manhandled that ski, Isaiah. Everybody's talking about it. Him and his brother Nolan. Unreal Benji Brand. Here we go. Pipe cone.
Benji was last year's champ. He's still in good form this year, looking to reclaim his title. John Florence.
Yeah, and with the flare flyaway. Oh, here we go. That was a beautiful one.
That was one of the better waves of the day.
Billy Kemper. He got a 10 yesterday. I believe that was the highest score of the event, as we're getting scored from a 1 through a 12. 5 being an average, anything above a 5 going into the excellent range. But if you want to really go, you go past the 10, 11, 12. And there you are. A beautiful pan out of our structure this year.
Oh, aloha kakayaka. Beautiful morning as you see out there, looking towards the west side of the island with Kaena Point and Mount Ka'ala, the highest peak on the island of Oahu, looking at right there. Mount Ka'ala, beautiful morning. So blessed to be here on the North Shore. As you see, we're going to start up with round 4. So on day number 1, we ran our specialty events honoring Duke Hanamoku with a variety of different wave riding vehicles, including stand-up paddle, longboard, and body surf. And then on day 1 in the afternoon, as the waves got bigger, we threw out round 1 of the we started round 1 of the shortboard division. We're into round 4. So yesterday we ran 2 rounds, round 2 and round 3, and today we're into round 4. And we're going to be starting off this morning with the Tubos from Peru, Alonso Correa, Sebastian Correa, Gabriel Villaran, Cristobal de Cole, and Billy Kemper, who's the Hanai Peruvian.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, from yesterday's performance and the performance from the first day, these guys had some massive waves. Billy scoring a 10 for his individual and for his team, but these guys all got some waves yesterday. A lot of teams had some massive surf, so they really had to navigate themselves in the lineup. As we got tamed down surf. It's still consistent, but we're going to definitely see a different mood of pipeline and backdoor today, Isaiah.
Yeah, I mean, on day 2 yesterday, we were running a lot of cat and mouse.
Yeah.
We had third reef sets rolling in. I was really impressed with
time.
Carissa Moore paddling out
too.
Twice yesterday.
No, but once she checked in with Uncle Manny and Uncle Ray down there, our beach marshals, it got massive. And those waves didn't stop coming, those third reefers. And Jamie O'Brien, replacing the legendary Kelly Slater. It was, wow, watching him at the back door and then getting annihilated and he went back out, in the last 5 minutes and got a good pipe bomb.
Right, so this morning it will be a bit safer for our contestants, our competitors, and they're, I'm hoping to see some backdoor waves, which we're looking at right now. Stalling, going down the line, looking for that barrel, riding all the way through to this 8th section.
Yeah, Sebastian Correa.
So to our viewers who are unfamiliar with the terms of pipeline and backdoor, the difference is when the surfer is going to their right and from the beach watching to our left, that part of the wave we call backdoor. And if they're going to their left, that is generally the bonsai pipeline.
Yeah, and if you're regular foot, left foot forward, and if you're goofy foot, your right foot is forward. Different stances. As he did what he could to get into this drainer, but that extra little sandbar dollop over there was going to shut him down. So it's not going to be a wave that factors in, as this contest is a designed format. Unlike most individual contests, the Hui Backdoor Shootout is a team format, but they're also going for a title individually for massive amounts of money. But these guys are also winning as a team. It also makes them have more camaraderie and fosters a sense of just progression, Isaiah.
Yeah.
No rubbing elbows. There's no priority. These guys are just in the water surfing as many times as they can to capitalize on their scoring potential.
Yep, and this event has been going for many years, and I believe originally it started off as what you call an expression session, where it was just giving the locals a chance to have access to some of the best waves during the best time of year. And now, I mean, the Backdoor Shootout has been running, I believe, since 1996.
Yep, 1996. You're right.
And, it's a great event. People always talk about how the mana or the spiritual kind of energy and power of this event has a real unique flavor to it. As you know, we pay a lot of homage to Hawaiian culture, Hawaiian history, because surfing, or he'enalu as you say in Hawaiian, is a product of Hawaiian culture and Hawaiian history.
Yeah, this is the only Hawaiian cultural event at this caliber where, a lot of our Huio He'enalu uncles have, it's an old story. It goes back to the days of Duke where, Hawaiians never got to surf in the tournaments right in their backyard, Extra talent pack. Why not put all the guys that put their time and love and lifestyle and live and breathe Pipeline and Backdoor, put them in this amazing format? And that's what it's all about.
Yes, with this event, we celebrate our surfers today that are doing amazing things. We also celebrate surfers from the past. And Ezra, as you mentioned, Duke Kahanamoku. This event honors that honorable Hawaiian who was born in 1890 in Honolulu and became one of the most famous Hawaiians in the world in the early 1900s, most notably as he won gold medals in the Olympics for swimming, but also as he toured around the world going to various locations for exhibitions and for swimming tournaments. He brought surfing with him to places that had never seen it before, and in so doing really popularized our sport. Some have called him the Johnny Appleseed of surfing, but in reality he was the ambassador of aloha and of surfing. Father of modern day surfing is often referred to as, and incredible waterman. And in this event we celebrate incredible watermen of today. And the term waterman really refers to somebody who knows the ocean and can ride waves in a variety of different forms. And so at this event, that's why we celebrate the various forms of riding waves on stand-up, longboard, body surf,
different
shortboards.
Fundamentals of equipment.
Yep, so fantastic.
And understanding the ocean, its patterns, its moods, its wind patterns. There's so many elements in surfing, as Billy Kemper is psyching always. Super athlete. He got a wave that he really enjoyed.
Oh, late drop. Gets under the curtain, pulls into the barrel just for a quick one, hoping that wave barrels again, but kicks out.
Okay, that must be Sebastian Correa.
Oh, another backdoor wave. Pulls in. Let's see if this surfer comes out. Oh, right at the end.
Almost just got flogged in the ain'ts. But, man, for what they were doing yesterday and the waves have calmed down, it's still got some significant size. But they are definitely going to get comfortable. So we're going to see some real amazing drops, deep barrels, as these guys are trying to get into the apex peak, sit deep on pipe if they're going left, or sit really deep at backdoor. And their whole focus and scoring criteria is to emphasize on Hawaiian style, power, respect of the ocean. The surfers are judged not on technical maneuvers. Sebastian Correa threading into a little one and trying to get the 2-for-1 as he's going to kick out and get back out to his team. As you got Hawaiian Water Patrol looking into that schmedium pipe barrel, blowing its guts out. Hawaiian Water Patrol, what a wild ride that was yesterday. Brandon Martin, Nolan Keulana, Pomai Ho'opili was out there, and underneath their leader's eye, Uncle Terry Ahui, one of the Dahui o He'enalu founders. Yeah. Love Uncle Terry. Yeah, so here's a replay of Billy's beautiful one. Textbook drags.
See that? He was almost out and just gets clipped right at the exit.
When he went over that rib that wasn't as big as the ribs yesterday they were going through, it just jacked his rail, his toe edge rail, right up into the lip. And
Billy Kemper, on day number 1 in the evening, he had a backdoor wave that was one of the better ones of the day. And then yesterday he caught in the later part of his heat and the end of the afternoon caught another amazing wave at Pipe. So Billy is definitely probably accruing some of the top points so far in this event.
He's definitely, I mean, just relatively speaking, around in that top 5 talk, maybe top 8.
And as you said, Ezra, we believe he scored one of the first 10-point rides, and this is it.
There you go.
Late on the bottom.
10.
Tries to pull up on the rail, comes out right at that sandbar. That sandbar was annihilating people yesterday.
That doesn't get any better than that. Straight pipe cylinder.
So that was an example of a 10-point ride.
So that's awesome. He's there looking around. Wow, way different energy. That's why I love this event. Like every day I check in with you guys, the uncles and the aunties. There is a different mood and always good energy.
Right, so as you said, Ezra, the ocean has calmed pretty significantly since yesterday. Where we're looking out right now, yesterday there would have been clouds of white water. And so we definitely had a lot of action. But today, even though it is calmed a bit, there's still a lot of great waves on offer. And as we've seen so far, a lot more opportunities for backdoor waves.
Ooh, the tide. As you guys can see the tide on our lower screen, thank you to surfline.com. Bringing it to you live and YouTube live as well. Brother Jeff, you guys at the Surfline office, aloha. Welcome to day 3, round 4. Their 4th surf. Not too bad, the tide game today, but I just don't want to get into these massive lulls. There's still a lot of lines out there. I just want them to harness onto our reefs because these guys are frothing on round 4.
Yeah. Beautiful morning, glassy conditions. And looks like our surfers are paddling out to
yellow helmet sees
themselves
something
in the right spot.
He's just going to paddle over because there's one in the back, as you can see. As you guys can see on your screen, there is more waves approaching, so
halfway mark in this heat, 15 minutes done, 15 minutes to go. And the ocean is delivering.
Oh, whoa, this might be a special delivery. Yeah. You got Billy, them looking at it. Who is going to go from Team Peru Tubos, Alonso Correa? Beautiful as that thing just kind of cones off on the inside and shears itself right onto the sand. It's about a foot of the sand on the bar there, Isaiah.
Right.
Beach forever changing. I mean, you know, it's still big. You've seen them go underneath that white water. That thing will take anybody around. Yeah. Beautiful pump, but he didn't travel too far. Probably not going to factor in on his round 4 yet. He's going to go back out to the lineup with his team. We also, with this Zone Media, you know, these guys have done more than 500-something shows, Extreme Sports and Ocean Paddler, and also remember the What's Up TV show. They're now on Roku, okay? January 20th. Oh, on Roku. So Adventure Zone in 4K.
Looks like we have a broken board.
Oh.
Alonso Correa on that last one threaded the needle, but the mana in the ocean's still out there, enough to break the surfboard in half.
I wonder if it was the wave itself or when he went on the next whitewater. I was telling you, that thing's running over 1 foot deep sandbar. That thing will grab you and your board and press you guys down together in perfect harmony. And snap. That's
Nolan
Parker
Keolana.
Coffin getting picked up. Oh, no. Yep, Nolan K. And is that Kamalani Hui.
The boss man's son.
Yeah. He's the foreman then. Yeah, those guys, they're wild cowboys, man. All of them. All sides of the island. A
So-
lot North Shore, but, you know, they have members from all around the island ready to go when Uncle Terry gives you a call.
Again, beautiful shots from the drone looking over the North Shore, sometimes called the 7 Mile Miracle because there's so many different spots to surf on the North Shore, stretching from Haleiwa all the way out to Sunset and a little beyond.
Yeah, beautiful flying as we got Gabriel taking a look, I believe.
Yeah, so Duke Hanamoku, we were talking about the specialty events that were honoring Duke, and Duke was a waterman that surfed, Waikiki a lot, but he also surfed all over the world, surfed all over the islands as well, and started up a group, a Hui, together with his friends. So you hear that word a lot today, Hui. Hui is basically in Hawaiian, it's referring to a club or group or organization to group together, and the Hui O'He'e Nalu is the organization that is running our event today. But in the early 1900s, we had the Hui Nalu Club, which is still around today, primarily canoeing. We're looking at these surfboards.
Team Peru.
Broken board.
That looks like they're young apprentices or just some guys walking by looking for the other half, yeah.
Like
hard charging Peru. These guys put in their time, respect, and aloha, and they're some of our brothers here every year at the Backdoor Shootout. They put on an amazing performance.
Taking a look here on this one at Backdoor. Drops in late, pulls up under into the barrel, stalling, kicks out. Beautiful, clean ride.
Beautiful job, yeah. Nice getting there on the score.
I know Gabriel Villarreal is a regular footer. And beautiful. You see the timing of that, just pulling in. Quick barrel, hoping to get a little deeper, but ends up kicking out.
Oh, the conditions are just groomed, beautiful. As we had quite a contingency of photographers out there yesterday, and man, they have a lot of stories. The surfers weren't only getting washed around, but they were as well. And, you know, they know the rules. They put in their time out here. They're trying not to take any time off Hawaiian Water Patrol, so they got to know how to swim on their own. And they definitely get jet ski assist when they're in trouble, but it's, you know, they're on their own when they get out there. You know, they get checked. A lot of people have big names in the photography. Everybody knows who's who, and then you got the ones that follow out the back. And you just got to be prepared. Yesterday was huge. Even right where the photographer pit was, there's some triple ups.
Oh, grabbing rail.
Wow. Crystal ball, I believe.
Beautiful.
Or these guys are all wearing different shorts, different helmets, switching it up today.
Yeah, most surfing competitions, people wear a colored jersey, but at the Backdoor Shootout, we keep it organic.
Oh, super. You get to wear your your birthday suit, if you like. You know, just all natural. Nothing hinders you. There's no priority. Team format. You get more progression, camaraderie. Basically, it's a team or a band of brothers that get into the event together. As we got a bunch of teams. Snap 5. You know, all these guys are a band of brothers, and then the New Earth Project, but you got the North Shore Surf Shop guys, too. So, and the 96712, the Florences with their Hanai brother, Eli Olsen, along with Jose Angel.
Speaking of brothers, we got 2 brothers here, Seth and Josh Moniz, surfing together. But the Moniz family has a very profound legacy. All of them surf. I mean, including sister, who's a world
surfing.
champion longboarder.
Yeah.
So very accomplished surfing
They're
family.
some of the best people to get surf lessons from. They know what they're doing.
Yeah. So that's up next. Team Snap 5. That's the name of a video series of surfing films that are made. Very professional films, incredible movies. Go check that out. Snap 5 is the latest version. And these guys, if you want to watch some amazing action, all of them are stars in that Snap 5 movie. So something worth checking out for sure.
Movie definitely gets me pumped. I'm ready for Snapped 6.
It's interesting we're talking about jerseys or uniforms or interesting that I was mentioning the Hui. So the Hui Nalu Club is the earlier club that the surf club. Nalu is the word for wave, so or surf. So Hui Nalu is referring to that surf club. They had their own uniform. It was a singlet. Back in the early 1900s, that was the style, I guess, of wearing a singlet in the surf. And they also had like a gold sash that would often be on the waist of the singlet. And often the singlet was a black color at the Hui Nalu Club. Interestingly, years later... That was
way before photography, too, because there's not any pictures of that.
Right.
Either.
I mean, there are photos, but you're right, they're black and white. But with the Hui Ohe Nalu, which is formed 1976, they're known as the black shorts.
Yep.
But those, if you look carefully, a lot of thought was put into the design. There's a yellow and red stripe, which are the colors of the Hawaiian ali'i.
Ali'i, yes.
And
Chiefs.
So kind of cool that with these stories we're talking about with the Huis, these surfing clubs, they had their own uniform, their own style. And to this day, the Hui Ohe Nalu, you'll still see that is the shorts that you'll see, the black shorts with the yellow and red stripe along the side, marking those colors or symbols or colors of the chiefs or the ali'i. Hawaiian in old Hawaii, they're pretty big on bling. I know. Hawaii today,
big time. I wanted to ask you though, with the red and yellow, very powerful colors of the ali'i and the Hawaiian chiefs, the birds,
right,
that were used to make these amazing capes that the ali'i wore. Are any of those birds still exist or hidden in our deep cornices, crevices of our mountains?
I mean, there's.
As I heard rumor that someone has seen, and then the other guy argues, no, they're not around anymore, bro. But
I mean, there are a lot of different species of native birds in Hawaii. Tragically, many of them have gone extinct. In fact, my daughter, who studies in college right now, my number 3 child, she's a biologist studying biology, and she posted on her Instagram a real sad image of the number of birds that went extinct this year in the United States. Like 75% of those birds are from Hawaii. So it's really tragic. I mean, Hawaii, is an amazing ecosystem because we're so isolated from the rest of the world. We have some of the most, unique species of plant life and of animal and bird life that exist nowhere else in the world. But unfortunately, many of those birds and species are struggling to still, survive. We do still have a lot of native birds. They're really beautiful birds. Often they have these kind of curved and longer beaks to get into some of the specific plants and flowers that exist in Hawaii. If you go to Volcanoes National Park, which I highly recommend if you come to Hawaii, I've been recommending a few places. Bishop Museum is one of them, the Iolani Palace, and then Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. I highly recommend going there. You will still see some of our
and they'll have the
birds,
pictures of the birds,
right?
Like in Bishop Museum, they have the ali'i capes behind that display. They probably have those.
Correct.
The write-up on the type of bird. Yeah.
And so you are right, Ezra. A lot of those colors from the red and the yellow colors of the ali'i come from these vibrant birds, native birds to Hawaii, that had those red and yellow feathers, and they'd make capes out of them. Here we go, a rider going backdoor, hoping to get covered by the cape of this barrel on backdoor.
Oh, foamy one. As he's going to come spitting. That's Tomas. I don't have him here on my sheet, but he was the spotter with us the last couple of days up in the tower for Team Peru Tubos. And wow, they are super stoked to be sharing the lineup with legendary Billy Kemper.
Now, I love when our surfers stand up, because a lot of our viewers are asking, how shallow is it really? The wave is breaking right there. He was standing in waist-high water.
Yeah.
Now, when a wave actually breaks, though, like it gets even more shallow because the water is sucking from below. pulling into that barrel. Does a great job to stall.
Slow-mo. Here we go. They're right here. This replay is letting our amazing judging panel dissect his body language in the tube, see how much covered him up,
now,
speed, velocity.
Rocky was explaining that oftentimes when you're in like a real like doubling up wave that's really barreling and it's very hollow and the bottom drops out, you fall in that spot right here, especially at backdoor or on the inside reef at pipe. It feels like there's no water at all. Where you just go straight onto the bottom. And that's why a lot of our athletes and our cameramen are opting to wear helmets. I don't know if you saw, but on Instagram, Kai Lenny was showing his helmet from day one of this event. He was in the stand-up division, pulled into a barrel that closed out on him. His head hit the bottom with the helmet on, cracked the helmet in half.
Yeah.
So it is very shallow, and that actually is why Pipeline is so notorious and the wave barrels so much, is because it's going from deep water to shallow in a really short space. And when that happens, the wave stands up very steep, and it has that effect where the wave gets very round, and surfers can ride inside of that what we call a barrel or tube.
Yep.
And
staying in front of the broken lip is the key. These guys get behind the broken lip, and they call that the foam ball monster. But, that is really scary when you're traveling in a barrel. You don't know when you're going to get that floor drop right out of you, and it drops these guys right onto 1 foot concrete with some sand on it. You know what I mean? The reef is kind of flat. And there's some ruts right here.
Billy Kemper pumping in this backdoor wave. Stays open for him. He comes out.
Oh, beautiful. Larry Layback cuts back into the power source as he's going to traverse in here. Oh, I was almost going to see Billy's posture set up for a air right there to just close it out. But that was a nice, consistent
Billy's
ride.
been really good about getting waves at the end of his heats.
Oh,
so
yes.
This is rounding
He's a
up here.
narrow-biter kind of guy if you're a fan. That's what he's been doing. The surf was massive yesterday, and all of these professionals in this event, you can tell they are hellmen. They go nuts, but...
Well, that's the end of our Heat 1, round number 4. And lots of smiles, lots of shakas and aloha.
Aloha.
We're going to take a quick break. Please stay with us at the Backdoor Shootout 2024. We'll be back in a moment.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha mai kako. Good morning and welcome to the Backdoor Shootout, the Hui Backdoor Shootout for 2024. Beautiful morning here on Oahu in Hawaii. We're celebrating He'enalu, or surfing today, at Banzai Pipeline. We are now into heat number 2 of round 4. And today is our 3rd day of competition, 3 days in a row. Pretty awesome, Ezra, that we're able to do that. We have right now in the water Team Snap 5. And we're, this team has won this event
3 times in a row.
Yeah,
and the champions have come out of there as well.
And on the screen you can see our competitors, our surfers. Benji Brand last year, and I believe the year before, he's our champion. Josh Moniz, Mason Ho, Parker Coffin, and Seth Moniz are out there this morning right now. The conditions today, Ezra, are a little more tame than they were the last 2 days, but we still saw some great rides in our first heat. We just saw Billy Kemper get a great barrel at Backdoor, so the waves are still out there, but I think our surfers are a little more relaxed.
Oh, they're relaxed. They're just chatting. They're closer together. There's some survival tactics out there. I've seen some amazing athletes get dirty lickings and just straight up get out the back again. And they're waiting for something. They know when pipeline gets this big, and they know this kind of pipe too. Pipe and backdoor. There's been more backdoor waves ridden in that first heat.
And you can tell this team, Snap 5, seems relaxed. None of them wearing a helmet and none of them wearing a shirt or a jersey. So these guys are just all natural.
If these guys get some nice TP A-frames coming in here, you're definitely going to see some serious acrobatics. This is at a comfortable size. There's still big nugs every now and then that will materialize on the reef, and here we go.
Oh, one of my favorite surfers
Clay
right here.
Marzo, and he was getting tricky. He was going to do that steezed out knee backside barrel ride, and they're all hooting him on. Clay, you blew it.
No, and Clay Marzo is such a natural surfer.
Yes, he is.
Surfs, you can tell, just pure instinct. And has really invented a lot of maneuvers because of his creativity. Like you said, the way that he grabs around, pulls in the barrel, kind of drop knee style. I've seen him sometimes with his feet together, sitting on the board. Yeah. I've seen him do laybacks on like what would normally be the wrong direction layback.
Oh yeah, like you rip your sciatic out of your back.
Where he's doing a backside layback while going frontside.
Yep.
During the break, here we had Clay Marzo staying busy, pulls into this barrel.
Yeah, Clay.
Also known for his layback turns.
Frothy guy.
Definitely an exciting surfer to watch.
When you see this guy, when you see him take off, whether it's right or left, this guy, his radius turns off his bottom turn and his cranks into the lip or next level. This guy doesn't only charge in the barrel, navigate the barrel well, but he is one of Maui's prized aerialists. I got to watch him surf in a locomotion surf in the summer when he was a little kid at Lahaina Harbor, and right away the surf community and the brands were already talking about this kid as he spent a lot of time.
I know he doesn't. I don't think he likes the term, but people have coined the clayback.
Huh? Oh, the clayback, his full extension, layback. Yeah.
Kick his board out.
I don't know how he reconnects with his board. He's got really cat-like reflexes the way he stands on his board. He's also one of those athletes that can ride absolutely anything. Stand-up, bodyboard, you name it, he'll do it all. And he just figures it out. His mind is forged to do things here in the ocean. And I really do love his edits, and I'm glad that Snapped always got a mean segment in the movie for him. So he's over there talking to Seth Moniz. Seth Moniz, oh man, he's just been on a tear. Did really good at the last tournament, and he's always, in the talk, always performing. Surfs
he just
really
can't stop.
Clay. Yeah, Clay's like, you guys don't want this one? I'm just going to grom out really quick.
Oh, my goodness.
Look what he got, Isaiah. That was a beautiful baby backdoor sandbar wave. But, I mean, on any day out here, a normal human wouldn't be able to catch that. These guys would be on that.
You know what I love about Snap 5 is that there's some very, creative minds in this team. So, I mean, Clay Marzo, of course, also Mason Ho. They have a real unique way of of
Yeah.
viewing waves and drawing very different kind of lines, and
Look,
even
Clay's-
they see waves that most people don't even realize are waves.
Oh, Benji. Ugh. I know he was edging up higher into the thing, and that lip probably hit his head right there. Lipped him in the head as he was trying to come out of that closing little barrel on the inside.
And what I mean by creative mindset and seeing waves that most others, don't really see, like obviously, is that if you check out some of the videos of these surfers, particularly I'm talking about Clay Marzo and Mason Ho, they'll ride waves that don't look rideable, waves that have rocks in them and reef all over, and yet here's an example
replay.
of Clay Marzo
Him
finding
and this
the nugget,
trainer.
extending his time in that barrel. This was Benji's he didn't make it out of. Hopefully
Yeah.
Benji's okay. It looked like he was kind of shaking off something.
He looked like he kind of just woke up when I watched him walk down the beach this morning, but this guy's ready to go,
And, growing up myself, I was born and raised in Hilo in Kilkaha, which is at the end of
Yeah.
the road there by Vaiuli Beach Park. And that's, the Big Island is the youngest island. It's still alive. And so there's a lot of rocks and lava rocks in some of the surf spots I grew up surfing. And so I'm familiar with, like, having to avoid different boulders and things like that. But it's so cool to watch these surfers that, like Mason Ho, that surf over, like, rocks and
I know,
and,
you just took Sheldon over there the other day. It's novelty wave.
and even Clay Marzo on Maui, you'll see him surf waves that look like, wait, is that rideable? And then make them look really good. So got some very intelligent surfers out there that have a creative approach to riding waves, and exciting to have them here at the Backdoor Shootout today.
Yeah. And these guys are all aerialist surfers, some of our prized Hawaiian aerialists, power surfers. So Benji back out in the lineup, Zone Media bringing it to you live, and they're also going to be available on Roku TV, Adventure Zone in 4K 500 shows, also Apple TV. So you guys stay tuned for that. You can select any Hawaiian Extreme Sport Ocean Paddler and that What's Up. That was the stand-up paddle series. They have all those episodes where you just push into that square and you can just find all kinds of amazingness, and a lot of episodes about all these fellas out in the lineup.
Right.
Hawaiian Extreme Sports always covering extreme action. And here we go, Seth Moniz sitting the deepest. Team format, so these guys aren't out to just rub elbows and, be unsportsmanly. This is just an awesome family affair over here to elevate barrel riding. Claymore's all playing on the inside.
He just can't.
Huh? I
he
can't
just
wait
can't
till
not catch a
Yeah,
wave.
but I you're a goofy footer. I just love when he does that radius bottom turn into the chip shot of the wave. He connects with the lip coping and he flings his board out into those 180 disaster slides, and then he gets back up on his board. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, all of these surfers on Team Snap 5, just very innovative surfers. Seth Moniz had some of the best waves of the day on day one, where he had some rowers at Backdoor.
Yeah.
Two right back to back, and that's one cool thing about Pipeline and Backdoor, is we
There's
see
Clay
Clay
again.
turning around again.
No hand. He wants to give you. I know what he's doing. He's gonna give you a no-handed backside. The kid is like a gymnast. He can hold his posture
Here we
up.
go,
Here
Josh.
we go, Josh.
Pumping. Let's go. He's going to come out.
Oh, he knew to come out the exit. That was a great read for him to make a make. You know what I mean? On day 3, round 4.
Josh is an accomplished surfer out of here at Pipe, has won other events in the past, knows how to ride this wave very well, as you could see from that last wave. Just the wherewithal to know when to exit. We often call it the doggy door. He's taking off back door, which means pulling in behind the front door.
Beautiful pump, another pump.
Tries to sneak out. Oh.
He had a lot of speed, so he was going to break out, but it just kind of made him wind up the windows. You know what's a good thing in this event, too, is you don't get to see Seth and Josh in the same heat. And they're in a team format.
Right.
It definitely got that brotherly love out there, too, as they're going to paddle out. But I'm sure there's some competitiveness as I watched all the four brothers surf together as they grew up.
Yeah, there's also Isaiah Moniz. Good name, by the way. Micah.
Michael Moniz. I wonder if they're up here. Or they're
Kalia,
probably
the sister.
teaching people how to surf, too. You know, when you want to learn how to surf, you want to make sure you learn from the best.
Yep.
And they know how to surf, these guys. Kalia Moniz, 2-time world champ,
Right.
longboard. Mason's like, okay, you guys are getting a little too busy for me. Let me get up in here.
And, of course, their parents, Tammy.
Yeah,
And
Tammy,
Pops.
Uncle Tony Moniz. Never forget, that guy paved the way for a lot of progressional shortboarders, you know. They were the professional surfers in the 80s.
As a kid, growing up on the Big Island, we didn't get, like here on the North Shore, you see all the pro surfers all the time. I remember one time Tony Moniz came down to Big Island to surf a wave that no longer exists. This wave called Drain Pipe. And it was kind of like the Sunset Beach of the Big Island. It was on the South Shore. But because, the Big Island is the most southern-facing shore, the south swells would hit first, and so we'd take the brunt of those south swells. And Tony came and surfed out there. And there was a big poster that came out of on this one wave that he pulled in at Drain Pipe, and this is in Kalapana. But Pele, who's the fire goddess on the Big Island,
Drain Pipes is
other
at
plans
Kalapana.
in
You can
Kalapana.
drive by and you guys point to it. That what used to be Drain Pipes. It's just a lava field now.
Which is incredible because it used to be a bay, and now it's like a peninsula that's gone out like nearly a mile out from where the shore used to be. So you can stand on the lava and be like, yeah, this was
that
the
place
lineup
was hot,
right here.
like the way people drive through Sandy's and cruise around the island. Kalapana was live like that with surf breaks.
Beautiful. Also, as a kid, we used to swim in a place called Queen's Bath, which was this natural swimming hole that was heated, like naturally heated ponds.
They still have those ponds around, but not Queen's Bath, right?
Well, and later when the flow that took Kalapana took out some of those ponds, and then later, more recently, like 5 to 10 years ago, there was another flow that took out a neighboring spot also in Pohoiki, and so
has it
right
been
there,
10
Champagne
years
Ponds,
already?
I can't remember.
But I wanted to ask you, you know that left
years.
at Pohiki,
It hasn't
right?
been 10 years. It's
the
been
left
about 5 or
side,
6.
the left side
Yep.
of the bay. Is that left still around? That barrels on that slab rock that got taken as well.
Yeah, there was several different waves. There was dead trees. In fact, we have a couple of competitors. We had Uluboy Napiahi here in the
talk
booth
to
the
him
other
about
day.
that.
And we also have Shaden Picaro.
Yeah.
Actually, Mike Stewart, who's legend out here at Pipeline, he would say that his favorite wave was this wave called Dead Trees, and it would look like Tahiti. It would just barrel really hard.
I got to surf
Sadly,
it.
that wave was taken by Pele.
That's, it's funny that you say that about Uluboy. I was telling him yesterday when I first seen Pohiki, I watched him surf over there as a young kid.
Wow.
And Keone Law told me that was Uluboy. He took me over to Pohiki, and I had good times with Felipe and all the Big Island boys. Brother Dallas.
Yeah, so the mana of the islands and of Pele is still very much so alive, and it's just, you see that in Hawaii. It's just a mana. Mana is just kind of this energy, this power, and the volcano definitely exudes that sense of mana, and the relationship between, the surf and the land is very, intimate, as we saw.
So much power. She's not done yet over there.
I mean, honestly, there's probably about 20 surf spots that have been consumed by Pele in the last 20 years.
But, I mean, it's going to be after our time, there's going to be new surf spots.
Correct.
As it is, it's just, I know.
mean, actually, that is true. There was a brand new beach that was formed at Pohoiki right at the beach there where before it didn't have any sand. It was all just
so
a boat harbor.
It changed the
no
cosmetics over there and pushed
as soon as
something over.
The lava came, it hit the ocean, it instantly forms these particles of lava that are black sand. And there was a massive, brand new black sand beach that was formed. I had the fortune of going to Pohiki shortly after to see this black sand beach. And for a little while, there was a wave near dead trees that was still rideable. But I'm not too sure of the status of it today.
I mean, it must have took it yards away and make whatever was coming in from the outside turn into something, huh?
Yeah, but Drain Pipe was a world-class wave. It's a trip. I still have some trophies at home from surfing competitions at that break.
Oh, man.
And the fact that it doesn't exist anymore is it's sad, but we do respect Pele and just understand that some give and take, that sometimes when it's time for
some
to
of the
go,
stories in the
go.
Big Island that I hear about Pele and her good form and then in the red form, oh man, I just didn't even want to drive around there. On the way to Pohiki, you got that tree. There's a lot of stories as you're going down to Pohiki Beach.
And a lot of history. And what's cool about Hawaiian history, we've seen some Hawaiians here doing our water safety. But one thing that's cool is that our histories are embedded within our landscape. So in other words, stories, mo'olelo histories that are told primarily through chants and memorized chants.
What's up with Benji here? Kind of coming in at 12:09. Not too sure if he's feeling under the weather. There you go. That's Kavika Foster. Absolute legend. There's his son. There's Junior. Ha'a. Bloomfield Foster. Oh, something on his back.
Yeah, that was.
And like you said, off his last wave, you said, he's paddling a little slow.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's okay. That is last year's champ. You also have 2022's champ out there, Mason Ho.
And I've heard this many times before, that oftentimes the most dangerous pipeline is when it's this size.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
Because it breaks right on the shallowest part of the wave, of the reef, and on bigger days you get a chance to roll in from further out. But where these guys are taking off is right in the shallowest part of the wave. It looks like one of the Moniz brothers.
They're definitely taking tighter drops, yeah. They got to lift their nose right up in there, but not too much, as it's like a speedball effect. These guys are dropping down so quick. They're trying to slow down and get as much curtain to cover them, and that is the barrel.
And you have to ask yourself, well, if this wave is so dangerous and we're watching literally in real time people getting hurt, why do we do this?
Oh, man, the reward and the feeling, it just sets off a different kind of dopamine in your spine. You float. You go all the way home. You tell your friends about it.
There we go.
You just froth. Oh, yeah, he found some live coral possibly.
Got a puka in his back.
Or it could just... well, we would have seen skid marks. He's got some on his elbow, too, so he slid on the bottom of the ocean floor. As we got Hawaiian Water Patrol, we got Westside's Kamakani Froy, Seth.
Abe Lerner.
Yeah, brother Abe.
Ha'aikau. Making sure that he's all right. And it does rattle you, right? Like when you bounce, you're like basically, if you were to like kind of just fall on your back right now onto a solid ground.
You might be okay.
It
Watch him go
you.
back out. They just got to check him. It's always safety first. And wow, we look like we're going to get some action pretty soon here.
Are some waves forming out there in the horizon coming to us.
Parker, Josh, Mason, and Seth, look alive because you guys are ready to put some scores on the board. That's what it's all about. This is their round 4 surf team format as they're winning as a team, trying to win as a team and win individually all the way around. Big round of applause at home for Benji Brand, last year's champion. Love watching that guy surf. And snap 5 right off the bat in the beginning. Right?
Did you see Benji?
With the music and everything. Right. It's like, oh, boy. And then the next guy right after that, and it just gets me super amped, is Clay Marzal's segment.
Here is Clay.
Oh, Clay, late take.
Oh. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Josh.
Interestingly,
Interestingly, most of our photographers are on the other side of the wave today. You can see them sitting
They're
at
nice and
Backdoor.
comfy. I did see a photographer follow one of our athletes yesterday when there was some pummelings going on, and I want to say that might have been one of Jamie's guys.
Here's a replay of Josh Moniz stalls, gets in the barrel. It's all about controlling that speed. You'll see our surfers, our professionals know how to slow down and then speed up while in the barrel, which is
not an easy thing to do.
Of expertise to be able to slow down and speed up while you're in the barrel.
Barrels are so powerful the way they're harnessing over and they're regurgitating, but at the same time you're trying to play within it and not let it implode on you. So it's all timing, finesse. As powerful as the wave is, it's a very sensitive thing, barrel riding. Toe, heel, edge. Look at him go.
Josh pulling
Love
it again.
his style. You know, after his huge injury and that family scare when he was around the world and he got injured, I watched him heal up. He came to an epic day at Chun's. His family probably told him, take it easy. He was doing airs over sections.
Here we go, Mason pulling into this section at Backdoor.
Switch stance. Switch stance?
No, I don't think so.
Is that?
Yeah, Mason's...
Yeah, he's
regular foot. McCoy is goofy foot.
Yeah, gotcha. No, he's not. He definitely changed his board down. He's probably riding a 511 now.
Yeah, yesterday he was riding what looked like a 7.0 or 8.0 maybe even. Big board. He likes to
I
do
like that, though, when he rides big boards. You've seen him score on a heat that was so slabby, he actually got to roll into one.
Replay of Josh.
Small, but that wave was Ono.
Great water angle here of Mason's last one.
Oh, I love his style out of the barrel, you know what I mean? And just the way he touches the water,
adds to the coolness factor.
Oh, Mace. Super entertainer.
Yeah, I mean, we
Kid
talked
Frost.
About, a lot of the guys in the water right now are some of my personal favorite surfers, and a lot of it is because, their creativity, these creative minds are incubators for innovation. So, I mean, and we talked a bit about innovation in this competition. We talked about Duka Hanamoku as an innovator, and it does take a creative mind to be innovative, right? And so Duka Hanamoku was, he really embodied that persona of being innovative. In fact, he invented his own sport. I don't know if people know this, but he invented a sport called surfboard water polo. And they still
that is every year at the Duke Kahanamoku Ocean Fest.
Yep.
It is very entertaining.
It is.
Do you play?
I've done it before. Just for fun. My older two boys.
You got to get them in there. I mean, you get the lifeguards. Like, there's some serious camaraderie and battling and yelling at right there by walls inside that lagoon. In Honolulu town.
So we were talking yesterday about my nephew plays water polo for Coach Kurt at Kamehameha Schools. Has done great things with the program, and my daughter, my older two sons also played water polo, and there was a time where they had a fun. They wanted to play the surfboard water polo, and I was invited to join, and we were riding these, wave storm boards, and it is fun where you're basically playing water polo but on a surfboard.
It is, and the way you turn the surfboard, throw the ball. I've seen guys turn the surfboard into somebody else for a block and then throw the ball over to their friend. I mean, there's a lot of technical there.
Yep. So I love that surfing is, our pioneers are definitely innovative, right? To innovate, and like I'm saying, in this heat, Snap 5, we got a lot of creative minds that are able to approach the wave in unique ways that create, innovative thinking. I've seen programs before where, Clay Marzo talks about like the way that his brain is wired pretty uniquely, and
it is,
and so it. And I often refer to him as a savant. A savant is somebody who's just, because their brain is wired so uniquely and creatively that they're able to see the world differently and see the waves differently. And so I love the fact that we have a lot of innovators in surfing, and particularly in this heat. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. We got Benji Brand, Josh Moniz, Mason Ho, Clay Marzo, and Seth Moniz. Unfortunately, Benji Brand had to sit the rest of this heat out. It looked like he bounced on the reef. Hopefully he's doing okay. He looked like he was doing all right, but shooken up, had a puka in his back. Puka in Hawaiian is like a hole. And hopefully we'll see him in round 5, excuse me. So this is
usually
round 4.
If you don't surf over here and you're not a specialist like Benji Brand, you'd walk up the beach and everybody would tell you, scrub it, kook.
Scrub it, kook. Oh,
a little line from one of our, favorite surf movies.
Yeah,
it would be cool to see North Shore 2 with all these new athletes and just really make it good, raw.
I know that they've explored the idea of doing a sequel, but it's such a pop culture kind of iconic film, at least for surfers.
Yeah, listen to Turtle on the IG, always promotes it, so it's definitely out there.
So many classic lines,
So many classic lines.
And also that one thing I do love about that film, Tim, is they use real people, like Derek Ho and Michael Ho and Aki and all the real pros of that time.
Yeah.
Lance Burkhardt.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So Laird Hamilton played.
And then in the party scenes, you got so many island characters in the backgrounds. Mason. Beautiful tuck underneath. Oh. And just like he just went too high up into the lid, into the roof. They are dealing with sandbar. These guys know how to pump, but they pump so hard as their confidence is way high since the waves have dropped a bit. So they're real. They're going to get spicy in the barrel.
Got a little too high, and plus the wave bent a little. Oh, that was a very awkward way to fall.
Contorted him on the way down with board above his head.
And like you said, that is one of the shallowest parts of the reef, is right where he fell. And you can see him paddling back out, looking like it's shallow.
It is shallow. Look at that.
You can tell by the way you put your hands up so you're not scraping the bottom as you're paddling or as you're dipping or duck diving under these waves.
So I'm sure Brother Seth is telling his team, hey, bro, I got priority on the next one. He's been shopping a little bit. I think he's separated from his brother.
Have you seen the movie that Mason and Sheldon Paishan are in, Through the Doggy Door?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I was talking to you about that last year. You were also a part of that thing. That's an amazing. You guys got some awards?
Well, I mean, I was. It wasn't my film by any means. It was these brothers, the Alani brothers.
Interesting. Yeah, how's it, Alani? So you probably tuning in, Sheldon. You might be over here or tuning in.
Yeah, at first I thought they was Hawaiian because Alani is a Hawaiian word, means orange.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
But
Alani. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys are doing
California,
killer things.
And they made a great film working together with Mason and with Sheldon. Here we have Clay
Clay's
Marzo.
Like, I can't believe you don't want it.
Drop knee. Oh, look at how he does that. See what I'm talking about?
There he goes.
See how that real creative mind. You can see no one twists like that when they
double
pull
pet
into
the
a barrel.
cat and roll out the back. Oh, this guy.
All right, well, that's the end of the heat from our team Snap 5. We're in round 4. That was heat number 2. Beautiful conditions, a little more manageable. Stay with us. We'll be back with our heat number 3, Team Nave.
Aloha. Nave in the house. That was sick. That was as
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Back, gang. We are shooting out into 2024. Good morning, gang. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, along with Isaiah Walker. We are now on to Team Nave. We've had some rides, but we're also have Malu Kinimaka downstairs with an interview with one of our athletes. Oh, so Team Nave, Bruno Santos, Guilherme Joniper, Kona Oliveira, Lucas Silveria, and Ian Govea getting spit out of a pipe bomb yesterday in the bigger conditions. So, yeah, Isaiah, we're on to Team Nave's fourth surf. And these guys, they have some significant waves.
Here we have, looks like Ian Govea, I believe.
Yep, Ian charging into the sandbar, but ejecting at the perfect time.
Here we have Kona Oliveira from North Shore. Nice backdoor wave. Pulls in the barrel. Tries not to run over his friend.
Kona. Whew.
Unfortunately not able to make it through that
Professional
section.
martial artist as well. Cage fighter, Kona. And he spends plenty time out here. We're really stoked to have Team Nave for the first year here in the Backdoor Shootout. Da hui o he'e nalu. Giving us an amazing event this year. So we got some replays during the break. Ah, that was
nice.
Beautiful. Ian Govea drug his knee. He's coming around this thing. This guy has a vicious backside snap as well. Oh, beautiful low center of gravity as he threads through what he's got in front of him, and he's going to go for a beautiful throw tail over the floater. Right over that lip bowl. That was nice.
It may have been Lucas Silveira. Lucas, perhaps.
Yep.
I know Lucas was 2015.
Yeah, and we got
junior world
Josh.
champ.
We got Josh Moniz downstairs with Malu Kinimaka. How's it, Josh?
Aloha kakahiaka. We're here with Josh Moniz. So, Josh, how was that heat for you?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. The waves are like fun, backdoor, and it's nice. Winds are good. Yeah, just surfing with your friends, so we're chilling. Yeah.
And I know it's quite a bit smaller today than it was yesterday, but it seems like it's possibly more fun. What do you think?
Yeah, today's way more enjoyable for sure. Yesterday was hectic. You're just kind of like survival mode all day, but there are moments, so this is pretty enjoyable. You're just taking turns with all the boys, and yeah, hopefully everyone comes home safe.
Amazing. Well, we wish you the best of luck in the contest and for the rest of the day.
All right, cool to have Josh Moniz down there giving us the insight to what it's like being out there. And I love what he says, like yesterday was survival mode. He says,
I watched
get the needle in the haystack. And we did see some 10-point rides, particularly toward the end of the day with Billy Kemper. And there were some diamonds in the rough
Josh
out there.
and them are ready to go. Have you ever seen him, his dad, and the brothers walking down the beach getting Seth ready for the Eddie Aikau big wave? I mean, it was just, I don't know, it's just warms your heart. They're so funny.
But as he said, just kind of surfing with your boys, As Malu also said, it seems a bit more relaxed and a little bit more enjoyable. And so
they're definitely breathing different.
Yeah.
Their heart isn't beating into their fiberglass deck.
So, but also, like you said, there's still some good nugs out there. Still some waves to be had. We saw in that last heat several nice, clean makes at the back door.
Yep.
So
they got to be ready to go because, these real high scoring potential waves will come in, and hopefully it doesn't sneak under their radar. So positioning is everything. Wave selection at this point of the competition is definitely key, as this is their fourth surf. And Rocky, you, Mr. Isaiah, Clifton, and Uluboy, we have all been watching these heats, dissecting them. So every team and every athlete has a different situation going on in the competition, which is real interesting. Some people had their better rides in their first surf. Some people totally put it all on the line on their second surf. A lot of people were surviving yesterday on their third surf, but then some people went out and got their backdoor and pipe bombs yesterday. So now they're higher up on the leaderboard, and that's all the design of this amazing format. Individual surfing contest. The Hui Backdoor Shootout follows the team format. So surfers get divided in 8 teams, Kane and Wahine mix. Surfers typically represent a surf brand or a band of brothers and sisters, and they're going to surf off together for an individual title and a team title.
I was talking about Pele earlier in the earlier heat, talking about how there was a spot Kalapana, and also we saw Pohoiki, taken by Pele. And a friend of mine, John Hanley, sent me some photos. Says this is the brand new beach, Kumukai.
Oh, right, I get to see it.
And we're not talking about small sand. Here we go, backdoor, pumping through this one. Beautiful glassy barrel comes out.
You also have Quicksilver. Used to be up in the backdoor shootout, not this year, but you got Quicksilver's Joey Johnson in Team Nave as well.
Oh.
Lucas Silveira, Kona Oliveira, Ian Govea, and Bruno Santos. Bruno Santos had a bomb wave yesterday.
Here we go, live action, threading this one. Let's see if he can come out. Oh, Kona almost.
Super close. So let me see this thing, Isaiah. You are showing me the new.
Ian Govea dropping in, pulling into this barrel nice and deep.
Nice. Oh. Wow. He really drug his hand to get that extra.
An old school commentary word, he milked that one.
Oh, he milked that one. He shoved his whole shoulder in that thing and got that bonus cover up. This is amazing. Well, I wanted to see this right here because you're okay.
Go ahead.
I wanted to just zoom in right here because is that going to be a new left apex peak that comes through?
Sure
Come on, goofy foot.
Wow, Ian Govea, that was a really.
I just wanted to say wave. Because I don't want to expose the spot. Are people surfing it already?
Or not yet? That I know of. Man, there was one spot down there.
It must have some massive tiger sharks right there. Well, because it's a drop off.
It
right?
does get deep, and I have seen some big boys. There was a spot called Secrets, was one of my favorites down there. Poiki.
I got to surf it. I
Really?
fell off that rock. I tried to get to the next rock, and I went straight down. I gave a lot of Big Island guys some entertainment, but I really love that wave. You get drained on your backside. This is amazing.
Looked a lot like this.
Kona. Oh, and he rolled out of it.
Ooh, Ian Govea. This was the one where he just stayed in it as long as he could. This is where he's getting that extra.
I love that. With a little backwash from the sandbar. That was killer.
He almost got a little too greedy, though. That wave almost swallowed him.
I know.
Right
And he would have been bummed if he fell off of that one. But, yeah, at Secrets, very intimidating because the water is so brackish. I didn't know, and I kept asking the boys, especially one of my friends, Keone Law, hey, where's the rocks over here? I don't know. Figure it out, Grover.
It's like everywhere.
I already fell off the jump rock to get... You know what I mean? And then when I was out there, the wave is awesome. Only had bodyboard guys out.
I know. It was mostly bodyboard. But
I didn't want to hit my head because I didn't know the layout. You can't see it.
It was right.
I've watched Shane Dorian surf it on Blueprint, so I was excited. You know what I mean? When you grow up with VHS surf videos and DVDs, you tend to You know, your favorite surfers, you're like, rah, he surfed over here. And this is from this, and here they go. A medium wave hitting the reef. They're just taking a look. All waves are beautiful, but these guys are looking for something significant. They're looking for a wave that gives them the ultimate barrel. Slow down inside. Stay in front of the breaking lip and foam, but also disappear. Sometimes they can get behind it. It just depends on the velocity and speed they're traveling at.
There we go.
Oh,
Shinpei.
first guy. He's going to take the GoPro.
Oh, he's doing
what
it.
an amazing Japanese surfer. Shinpei Horiguchi is the first guy to take our GoPro in the lineup, and me and you are going to talk and get barreled with Shinpei. Team Japan in the house. Shout out
Holy
to my
Shinpei.
brother, you, Sumitomo, and the Sumitomo legacy. Sure you're tuning in from your busy day. You gotta work and watch the Backdoor Shootout, brother.
Sure.
And good morning to my Thunderbolt Ohana. Surf Crime. Let's go.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we're talking a little bit about, you know, how these surf spots on the Big Island were consumed by Madame Pele, the fire goddess volcano. We know of these legends, these stories, these.
I know you got some. I mean, I know we could go into ghost stories, but that's not what we're here for. But I mean, I want to pick
no, there's
your
a lot
brain
of.
later.
You know, they say like they'll see if you see an old Hawaiian lady walking a dog, a white dog. That oftentimes that's Pele, and don't pick her up. She's hitchhiking, and a bunch of other stories like that, or not to bring pork with you when you're driving over the lava because
we have that on my side.
Because there's
Makapu.
the pig god Kamapua'a was kind of like, you know, like an unhealthy domestic violence kind of relationship with her and Kamapua'a. And here we have a rider catching this one. Ooh.
Oh, was that Joey Johnston? He had a slab of one yesterday. You know, I've taken Kalua pig and pork adobo up and down the poly. What it is to get your car shut off, you need to take a real pig, a domestic pig, through. I mean, you know, you don't want to try that kind of stuff, but so much folklore and mythology.
Yep.
As I grew up in a haunted fire station, Makiki.
Wow.
They moved the cemetery up the road. They must have left something.
Trying to pull up in that one.
You can see his green helmet. He did travel about 5-6 yards until the thing detonated over him.
Yep. So a lot of great stories. A lot of these histories, these mo'olelo, come from different chants, but the most notable one is
Kona.
Oh, here we go. Kona
Beautiful
Oliveira.
style right off the bat. Clenching the inside of the tube, getting tube time.
Nice wave by Kona. But the most prolific of these chants that we have is called the Kumulipo. And the Kumulipo is, you know, hundreds of lines of chant that goes through the creation stories, eventually gets into stories of Pele and many other adventures. And surfing is integral in these mo'olelo, these stories. So it's kind of cool how surfing has such a presence in our contemporary, but also in our ancient society and in our histories. So something that we celebrate here at the Backdoor Shootout is the historic nature of this sport, He'enalu, that spans back very old. Could be one of the older sports around. I mean, think about how Pacific Islanders were you know, working for surfing for many generations throughout
down
the
on the left of your screen. We're going to go live with GoPro when Shinpei gets out there.
Nice.
So we're just testing it out, making history today as we get to commentate our surfers into the barrel.
Split
So more
peak.
surfers. Whoa, beautiful.
Ian Gouveia on the left. I think there may have been Lucas Silveira on the right.
Too much thrust, but he was. These guys are doing their thing as a lot of these ends are just a little bit tight. So to blow out of that, you need speed. Oh, here we go. Replay. Off the bottom. Check turn. Checking to see if he can get anything off of this one. And goes right into the sandbar, not liking what he sees. And looks like he has a major injury on his leg.
That was Kona just camping in that. Not as deep as he wanted, but lot of tube time.
Well surfed for what the wave was, yeah. Beautiful drone shot. Zone
footed with
media.
the knee brace. Maybe Guillerme, Johan Peter.
Oh, yeah. And look at that beach, Isaiah. From day one to, look at that. Gums. That whole pad of sand is now gone.
Wow.
Moved on. Forever changing.
Yeah, and if you watch yesterday's action, one thing that really stands out, once Pipeline is really macking, you get like this river of a current that's going, alongside the beach. Here it is.
Oh, yeah, Shinpei. Get it. No need duck dive that one. Just go over. Shinpei. Horiguchi from Japan. I'm excited because this guy charges. I would love if he did this yesterday.
It's a real treat. If you've never surfed before,
No.
to our viewers, this is what it looks like.
Yep, he's paddling out to Nolan Keaulana on the jet ski from Hawaiian Water Patrol.
And of course,
Wow.
surfing is more than just standing and riding the wave. The majority of understanding surfing is just knowing how to position yourself, how to get past the breaks, how to paddle.
Yeah.
And so
Diving.
going under the waves.
Yeah, we're going to get duck dives, tubes, maybe some mistakes. And, you got a bunch of amazing surfers out at Team Nave, but you also have a bunch of martial artists,
There
too.
we go.
Yeah,
So
nice.
it's like going under the waves.
That's how you duck dive, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? Next one, he going to duck dive. You're going to see one Hono. So that's awesome as he's paddling out to our brothers of Hawaiian Water Patrol. But like I was saying, how these guys are next-level martial artists. You can see the discipline and the also understanding of so many different elements, too, as Brandon Martin flowed to the jet ski yesterday and got his gorilla hands on it and armed the jet ski. That can't be taught. Mother Ocean, you can never fight it, but it's like something like judo and aikido. You use the energy. He used the energy of the ocean. He got onto the ski. He gripped it, and then he flowed back on, and I couldn't believe the thing started up. So
awesome.
Amazing day yesterday as we get beautiful footage.
Today, what I love about today, and from the drone angle, we can see it, that you can see the contours of the bottom at Pipeline. There's caves and grooves and uneven grounds. My good friend Cliff Capono at the lab that he has there.
Yeah, Cliff.
The Mega
Love
Lab.
that guy.
They've been mapping the bottom of the reefs, and I believe they've mapped Pipeline. If you check that out, it is not an even surface. It is very, it's got all these characteristics of grooves and caves, and so that gets sort of adds to the danger factor.
Yeah,
of,
Brother Cliff
surfing out here.
He's also a doctor now. An
Yep.
amazing surfer. I
Yeah.
love watching him do his thing. Also from the Big Island originally.
Yeah,
I knew him since he was a young boy. He put in a lot of time everywhere around the island. Met him at Ala Moana Bowls at a young age.
Yeah, I
Brother
think
Cliff.
He was also in the booth at the Vans Pipe Masters this year.
Yeah, that's
so.
good stuff. And waves approaching.
8 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat. This is heat number 3. Team Nave, comprised of our Brazilian surfers, Bruno Santos, Ian Gouveia, Kono Oliveira, Lucas Severa, and Johan. Here we have a split peak, going left and going right.
Peak. Ooh, you know what?
Oh,
I think it's backdoor with the side of Pipeline today because it's really pinchy on the left.
Kona's been getting a lot of waves in this heat.
Yep.
And, this is called the Backdoor Shootout. So we're going to see a lot of backdoor today. As you can see, even our cameramen are anticipating the surfers going to their right.
And if you come down to this beach a lot and know this amazing waves, moods, you're going to know the direction it favors. So there's a lot more backdoor today.
There's that split peak. Ian Gouveia
What a
trying
beautiful wave, though.
to pump through that section, but it had that breath that it took. Kona on the back door, slowing down, then speeding up.
I love the double grab bottom turn into this foamy one. Oh, he would that was cool if he came out, but that is dry
Superman.
reef and rock.
He's an MMA fighter. He was doing the Superman punch right there.
Yeah. With like 4 or 5 inches of sand in that spot right there. All different shades of blue. And yeah, these guys from Zone Media, they're going to be available on Roku TV. You get to watch 500 shows like Hawaiian Extreme Sports, What's Up, Ocean Paddler, and many more. And don't forget, January 20th, the Unity March in Lahaina.
Oh.
Coming up soon. Joey Johnson, not liking what he sees, and he'll kick out the back. Joey Johnson, excellent performances over the years, surfing for Quicksilver at the Backdoor Shootout under Captain Reef McIntosh. Awesome stuff.
Oh, yeah. Joey, last year he had some of the bigger, better barrels of the event. It's good to see him back out here in 2024.
Yep, he definitely knows how to play out here, and he's ready, always. Got to catch up with him a little yesterday. So super stoked. Nave is here, first year with us, a brand new team in the Hui Backdoor Shootout, shooting out into 2024. And here we go, Joey Johnson.
Wow.
This guy's so used to traveling in the barrel. He's not used to closing out sandbar. He likes it a lot bigger too. But there is still some 6-foot sets. But hopefully they materialize and hold through the day. With that clip looking on, it looks really crowded out at Pipeline, but that is off the wall.
Yep.
Got our cameraman gliding by.
Beautiful conditions. I mean, the real light offshore trade winds, and you know that is a factor when it comes to the wave shape. So not only is the contour and the bottom of the ocean shape the face of the wave, but so does the wind. Here we have a rider up.
Nice. This one's going to stay open for him. Oh, but if he was just going a couple more knots faster, he would have just came out on the end. Guarantee.
Ian Govea.
Oh, Ian charging into some. So the wave before Govea's, I believe, might be Guilherme Johan Peter.
Right. Seems like these, the lefts are a little harder to come out of today. We've seen more success out at Backdoor today, but still beautiful. We got split peaks, and in this team division, that's ideal, where you're with a friend, you're like, I'll go left, you go right.
Yeah. Awesome. Scoring some, but there's going to be moments in these heats. That's why they get to surf so many times. Here we go, right off the bottom. It stays open. It chandeliers right on top of them, but it does that. It re-rolls on top of him. It just took his outer rail right into him. So
some of that is influenced by the backwash. Backwash is another term that means like when the wave hits the shore, it refracts.
Yep.
And that refraction, depending on the shape of the beach, actually.
Yeah, and sometimes you can't see it coming.
Right.
Yeah.
And then so it's like where the wave is coming back to you from the shoreline. You'll see sometimes when we got shots of the beach where surfers will actually ride that wave out toward the ocean.
Yes.
The smaller wave. And some places are more notorious for it than others, depending, again, on the sand and the shape of the shoreline.
Some people, I've watched guys ride it all the way back out, snap into the oncoming wave, and ride back. I mean, it's rare, but it happens. Yep, these guys are going to readjust in the lineup. Ian Govea, you can tell as a team, he's sitting on the inside.
Yeah, that's where you can see the wave also kind of looks like it's breathing. And I think Rocky was explaining it yesterday that backwash sometimes makes the wave like take these kind of breaths. And
it doesn't let you out because it also breathes out and clamps really quick too, huh? And it's really neat. It's kind of hazy out there. It's mirroring the sky, as you can see on the TV screen here. Gabriel Villarin paddling into position as they see something coming in, approaching.
Somebody getting barreled it off the wall.
Yeah. And don't forget, at thehui.com, we have merchandise being sold, $25, T-shirts and posters, $5. And go check out Jason Momoa's Aloha J collection, as all the proceeds from the gear goes straight to Lahaina to keep Lahaina strong. So that was an awesome collaboration Jason did with Uncle Eddie Rothman and the Hui He'enalu brand, the original surf brand. You guys. So waves approaching, but they're a little bit too small for our competitors. This guy's going to take a look at it on the inside, maybe get drained, but they're definitely playing with some sandbar. And a lot of sand has moved off the reef, too, in certain parts of the pipeline and backdoor. 117 remaining, gang.
All right, so this is round 4 of the backdoor shootout. This is day number 3.
Oof.
So we've had this swell has lingered quite a bit. And we seem to catch it on the rise. And then yesterday was day 1 was on the rise.
Yep.
Day 2 was the brunt of just
Yeah.
mayhem.
It was big.
And then today we're getting it as it's kind of tapering off, and so kind of cool. You can see the different stages, different faces of pipeline.
Yeah.
And our competitors.
You're still going to see some girthy ones. They
yeah.
are going to come in. There's going to be moments. But like I was talking with Ulu Boy yesterday, like how he says pipeline picks you. Sometimes there is long lulls, you know what I mean? And you can't get around it from competition. That's just the way pipeline and backdoor work. Someone's going deep towards the back door.
But beautiful morning here in
beautiful.
Hawaii. And as you can see out there, the beautiful clouds that come and keep our island green. This is a tropical region of the world, and we're very blessed to be here in Hawaii. And ending that heat just now, we will be back with Team Japan. And we'll hope to get you some personal insight perspective from that GoPro.
Shinpei. Here he is right there. So come back, come join us, come get barreled with us, I should say.
Right after this commercial break, we'll see you in a moment.
Aloha.
Snap 2, bringing it back.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Mike's alive.
Hey, gang, welcome back. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, along with Professor Isaiah Walker, and we are into Team Japan's fourth surf. Super excited. We also are making history as Mr. Shinpei Horiguchi took a live GoPro out. It is on, so when he pulls in, me and you are going to voila out, and we're going to be riding the barrel with you folks at home. Hey, brother Atta, how you doing? I hear you're joining in from home. Mahalo for that. Love all the surfers and people that we've grown up in the island chain. Everybody is absolutely frothing, but not just here in all the islands. They're frothing around the world, so stay tuned. Spectrum's bringing it to you live on Channel 1020 and surfline.com. Brother Jeff and his crew always supporting the Backdoor Shootout and YouTube Live.
Right.
We are psyching.
I love that, there is international teams at the Backdoor Shootout. And as we see in the water right now, Team Japan, we had a team from Brazil, team from Peru, and a lot of teams from Hawaii.
Yep.
So it's a real cool mix of, and it's an unusual format or less than usual format here at the Backdoor Shootout where we have this camaraderie, the spirit of teams, and the teams are competing to
there they are, talking to his team.
Right, and a crew that points together to get their team a victory over the others. So it is a group effort, whereas oftentimes surfing is mostly individualistic in its endeavor. But today at the Backdoor Shootout, we're celebrating brotherhood and sisterhood and camaraderie
Big time.
As surf teams.
Because surfing can be selfish sometimes, you know what I mean? But you don't want to be that kind of surfer.
Yep, share the aloha.
Big time.
Team Japan, Japan has had a presence here at the Backdoor Shootout for many years. And I love our Japanese surfers because oftentimes, we see them as, not as boisterous. In other words, pretty humble, and I appreciate that
Super
attribute.
humble.
It's a very Hawaiian revered attribute as well, humility. But they end up getting some of the best waves.
These are the next level hellmen from Japan.
Yeah, we saw on day number one, we saw one of the best backdoor barrels of the morning from our Team Japan. A couple years back, we had one of the 12-point rides from our surfer from Japan. And so, Japan has a real great presence here at the Backdoor Shootout, and so we're very pleased to have them here.
We're missing Daiki Matsunaga, an amazing performer the last 2 years, just elevating Team Japan's pipe surfing. But we had his brother, Kenshin Matsunaga. He looked like he got switched out, so we got some,
He's the
so
one
we
that got that
some
backdoor wave.
Yeah, he got that backdoor wave, so they switched out on us. So they got a Shinpei Horiguchi, Sasuke Kawatane, and Sogo Harada, Jin Suzuki, and Rauru Ito. So some serious rippers. These guys, they can rip any kind of waves, but these guys are also pipeline backdoor specialists, as you see Shinpei paddling around outside.
I will say, that's some pressure, though. You got the camera on
No,
your
I know,
head.
but it's on, he's all good. This guy charges, but I'm so stoked he did it. I was talking to Jake, but it's like I can't really, I don't want to bother my friends before they prepare for such an extreme heat. Yesterday was big. Hey, man, you want a GoPro on you? But today we're definitely going to take some lookers. So, Shinpei Horiguchi, monkey see, monkey do. Let's go. If you guys are listening at the houses, take a GoPro with you and let's pull in with you.
Beautiful style.
Oh, nice.
Got clipped with that breath that we were talking about earlier, where it kind of breathes on you. It opens up where you get, oh, wow, this barrel just got bigger.
Yeah.
And then as it takes a breath
it
out,
compressed,
it compresses. So you gotta
sometimes when these guys are traveling long time in the barrels and those barrels inhale like that, these guys got to take a sip of breath too, because when that trap door opens up, you are whoop, and you don't up your nose in your mouth. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's not fun.
You can see the seasoned pipeline servers, the ones that really have it dialed. I think of, yesterday we saw Jamie O'Brien, John Florence, and many others, where you can watch them adapt to that breath that the pipeline takes. So that's one thing I've really appreciated, watching guys like John. When the wave does that and starts to compress, they'll ride up higher and they come up kind of like out of the almond-y top portion of the wave as a way of exiting the barrel. And so, Pipeline is a beautiful wave, but it's I hate to say it, but I wouldn't say perfect. Like in my mind, at least, a perfect wave is predictable. It's a machine. Every wave is the same.
It's an obtuse, pipey cone cylinder that is just mesmerizing.
I think that's what makes it so exciting is because, you could go out here on a day where it looks like it's just unruly, like we saw yesterday, and then yet get those diamonds that show up in the rough. So every wave is different here at Pipeline. And so it's a unique wave that has incredible opportunity, but it also keeps our athletes on their toes. You can see, like, even today when the waves are smaller, the lineup is not pronounced. There's not a clear place where everyone sits and takes off. Some people like to get a little more to the north, some out to the to the west, and so it's always shifting and breathing and moving, and so it's what makes it such a unique and powerful wave.
And so is Team Japan. They are shifting and moving with the rhythm and the mood of the ocean. Super awesome. Thank you to Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows.
Oh, look at this one. Backside.
Oh.
Little too deep.
Rairu Ito. Hard charger. He's always got that hair color. Yeah, but hey, Go Nuts Hawaii. Whether you're a beginner or an expert in the sport, offer board rentals and surf lessons, surf camps away from the renowned Oahu North Shore. So join them for a lifetime experience. And to my friends at Keiki Beach Bungalows, Alon and their beautiful staff and crew, go check them out. His parents bought the property in 1952, and it's something all on its own. Absolutely beautiful, that side of the beach, and it's right here on the 7 Mile Miracle, about 150 yards to the left of the scaffold. So.
My sister got married over there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good stuff. It looks beautiful. I was watching the videos and just the whole cosmetics of it, the whole vibe. Beautiful place.
Right, we can see our surfers in the lineup. If you're just joining us, this is the Backdoor Shootout put on by the Hui Backdoor. And, the Hui Backdoor has been hosting this event since 1996. So about 28 years now. The Hui Backdoor as a club has been around since 1976.
1976. Yeah.
Same year. I was mentioning earlier how, in Hawaii, the mid-1970s was a very,
it's 49 years
time.
of history unlike no other.
It was a very mana-ridden time where Hawaii was experiencing what a lot of people refer to as a cultural renaissance, and it kind of coincides too with a lot of other indigenous movements at the time. We had Native Americans forming a group called AIM, which was kind of trying to reestablish and rediscover a sense of an indigenous or native identity. We saw, Alcatraz, the island, occupied a few years earlier. It's also like in the wake of a civil rights movement, and so the 70s in history, a very interesting time. But you can see how that plays out in Hawaii too. In 1975, 76, not only get the Hui Backdoor, but you also get the establishment of a Hawaiian voyaging canoe called Hokulea. Here we have a rider up, pumping down the line, beautifully threads that barrel, comes out nicely, goes for the air, flips the board over, may have put his knee into the bottom of that board.
Yeah, this Japan crew, they're definitely a bunch of aerialists, hard charging. Here we go. Shinpei Horiguchi, very exciting as we're going to take off with this guy. Woo. First wave in history at a contest. Go pro. And unfortunately, he sold himself a lemon.
Surfer behind him, still going in this one, grabbing rail.
Rairu Ito.
Backside, I thought he was gone. It looked like he was
this
slipping.
Guy, you remember him the last year? No. 2022. This guy pipe cone. He contorted. I can't even believe he took off and he actually came out. So,
Right.
And this guy, he's not a super huge guy. So, guy takes off on some death bombs. He ain't scared. He's got beautiful mechanical surfing along with barrel riding, and that's what it takes to understand all fundamentals of surfing.
So again, this event has been going for 28 years, put on by the Hui Nalu Club, founded in 1976, during a pretty important time in Hawaiian society for revitalization of culture. We eventually get Hawaiian language that becomes a part of that revitalization efforts. There's what's called the kupuna program, where you'd have the schools started to put our kupuna, which are our tutus, or older folks, that into the classroom to teach the younger generation a little bit more about Hawaiian culture, because there was a fear of losing it. We've done really good at preserving it, and surfing is one of those elements that we're preserving here today at the Backdoor Shootout. Getting barreled, timeless, and historic.
It might have been Guy Sata.
Oh, beautiful backdoor wave. Pulls up high, a little too high.
That's happened a couple times at the back door as these guys are doing the Dane Kealoha pump. I mean, you remember that, man. Amazing stuff as that Kanaka just power pumped through the back door with so much speed getting spit out. I'll never forget all that footage of that man and watching him surf live at sunset.
Yeah, and sadly, we lost Dane this last year. But yeah, look at this one. Threading it. Wasn't super deep on that one. This is one who goes his air, flips over, lands on the bottom of his board.
Nice flared out air, but guaranteed put his knee in the deck.
Our GoPro surfer unable to get underneath the lip without. Kind of cool, though. You get the perspective of what it's like to take a drop at backdoor, really steep. You can see the reef through the water.
I was getting excited like he was going to get in, but then I was thinking his camera was tilted too far down. I mean, that's another element, too, of playing with the GoPro. Guys are so good at it. Guys, pipe surfers like Ian Walsh, my friend Harley Ingleby in Australia. These guys just, Vatia David's nephew, he rides for GoPro. These guys are just specialists with the GoPro.
Sarava, I think. Oh, look at this one.
So many features.
Oof.
And adjustments. For me, it's like I have the GoPro 10. I get all stoked on it, but I just can't put it in my mouth and go for a private video photo shoot. It just feels uncharacteristic of me.
It's hard to
where I kind of live in the old way. It's going to be a memory. You know what I mean?
Look at this backdoor wave lining up. Slows down, speeds up,
Beautiful.
Goes high. This time he doesn't go too high. Rides it right.
The thing took a massive breath, too. You seen it. It had the warble, and he still broke through.
That was a beautiful wave
Jin
there.
Suzuki, maybe?
Hawaii and Japan have a real interesting relationship with each other.
Always.
Historically. Of course, we have had Hawaii surfers coming to Hawaii from Japan for many years. And that's how they get so good at doing this. Pulling up under the curtain here at Backdoor.
My uncle Nick Nasaki, he's known as a Waikiki beach boy from way back in the day, but he lived on the North Shore from back in the days too, part of the Hui Nalu, Cheeseburger's dad.
Oh.
Nosaki,
Nozawa.
big
Nozawa?
wave, amazing surfer, big wave rider. He went back to Japan, but amazing stuff. He housed so many Japanese surfers throughout the years in history over here.
Yeah,
on the North Shore.
In Japan, it's interesting. There's a lot of celebration of Hawaiian culture for a lot of folks in Japan. So I know a lot of kumuhulas. Kumu is like a teacher. Cy Bridges, for example, and many others who spend a lot of time in Japan where they're teaching hula to Japanese folks in Japan. And I tell you what, this last year, our university, BYU Hawaii, hosted Keiki Hula, which is the premier hula competition for younger hula dancers. And, boy, they brought a few halau from Japan. They were amazing.
Amazing. I know. I heard the same thing. We also that amazing man downstairs, Kavika Stant Jr., years in Japan as he's now back home.
Right,
But
yeah.
he goes back and forth.
Yeah, Kavika Stant, spent a lot of time in Japan coaching football.
Yeah, amazing football player he is, surfer.
And just both David Stant, Kavika and David is the Hawaiianized version of the word David is Kavika. But his dad was known as Kavika, mostly like Uncle Kavika.
And while you're talking about Hawaiian names, John is Keone.
Keone.
Okay, there's a few that come up that are real on the cusp of arguments, between friends.
Yeah.
What's another one? I didn't know. You know how a lot of people are called, hey, boy. No, that's my real name. As played football with this kid named Boy. I said, no, what's your real name? Oh, Boy means Herrick. Have you ever heard that?
Herrick?
Herrick with an H.
I haven't heard that before.
Okay, yeah. I was wondering
I know a lot
if
of
you could
boys,
dabble into it, Professor.
I know a lot of, Hawaiians named Boy.
Yeah.
And, or Junior Boy. A lot of junior boys out there.
Ikaika's American name is what? Ikaika is David.
David?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Kavika is David.
Kavika's David.
Ikaika is a Hawaiian word that means kind of it's strong.
Yeah.
So like somebody's a warrior. I want to
say that's
Ikaika.
Yeah.
So, but it's interesting because a lot of times, you'll try and make a Hawaiian word out of an English word. A lot of what people don't know. There we go.
Mokuakai Rothman. He wasn't very happy getting run over by the giant waves, and this guy's an absolute beast, but what he wanted is it to calm down, slow down, and A-frame over him. He also had a pretty huge heat with North Shore Surf Shops.
Yeah, Mokua's been...
North Shore Boys.
On the Big Wave World Tour, being a champ there.
Yeah.
Was surfing big waves from when he was little. Remember
Champion
one of
blood.
The biggest waves ridden back when he was young at Peahi. That he towed into.
He did the whole thing growing up in the amateur days. He rode for the same company as me, Jamie, and everyone. We traveled all the way to California and did our thing, and he was a full-on competitor. He did the Hawaii Surfing Association. So he is a competitor, but he went right into big waves as he turned into adulthood. It was so awesome watching Nalea Rothman interview her daddy after that massive heat yesterday. She was doing a couple interviews yesterday for Zone Media, and we were stoked. And yeah, these guys, I can't wait till Shinpei catches another wave. As it's definitely...
You can see those caves if you look clearly.
The ruts, I love that. There's so many lines that go out to them parallel, and then you got those caves right there.
10 minutes left. I do want to talk about some other connections that Hawaii and Japan have that are very important. Of course, most people think of, December 7th, 1941, when Pearl Harbor was attacked by Japan.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes deeper than that. Like when even in 1941 in Hawaii, there were a lot of Japanese living in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there was.
And interestingly, after Pearl Harbor was bombed, I think there's a strong contingent of Japanese who were, living in Hawaii that wanted to kind of prove that, like, no, we're not spies. We are a part of this society that we live in the United States and in Hawaii. And Hawaii was a territory at that time, and many of these local Japanese from Hawaii signed up for to fight in World War II.
Yeah.
And they're in Hawaii. They're very famous and revered, called the 442nd.
Yeah.
So they made up this this infantry that went off to fight in Europe, and were very accomplished and successful and put on the front lines.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was Daniel Inouye, who later became a U.S. senator.
Love that guy.
So there is a real, nuanced history to Japan and Hawaii, and it wasn't just about like Japan bombing Pearl Harbor. There's a lot more to the story, and like I said today, a lot of Japanese in Japan really do preserve Hawaiian culture through hula and other things. And of course, Hawaii does get a lot of visitors from Japan. But really, the origins of Japanese coming to Hawaii goes back to the plantation, sugarcane plantation. Brought a lot of Japanese folks, many of them from Okinawa or some of the outskirts, not necessarily in the city, but come to Hawaii, and it becomes, they bring with them a lot of things that become integral to Hawaii and our society, and so a lot of connections. So it's really great that we have our Japanese surfers celebrating He'enalu with us here in Hawaii at the Backdoor Shootout. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of people do see our Japanese surfers as being, respectful. And I think that's very important in the surf, especially today as we look at this one going backside
Beautiful.
at the backdoor.
Let go of that wall, buddy. Oh, he was on his way, but he was about 5-6 yards from the exit. Beautiful drop in, yeah. Knee in the wave, butt in the wave to slow down and get the most out of the barrel right there. Boom. He's 3-pronging it.
He was still going right here, but it got challenging once you got all that white, frothy foam on the face. It
dropped into another section.
Here's our GoPro. Come on,
yeah,
let's get the barrel.
Shinpei in the tube. Let's go.
Pull in. Yee!
Rode that thing for what it was. Shinpei Horiguchi, first guy to take the GoPro and ride inside with him.
Oh, he's going to get caught inside.
Awesome stuff. How's that duck dive? Let's see if he lets go of his board and gets washed in. We'll all have the replay for you. Look at him. He's always got a smile. This guy is hard charging.
Oh,
and another duck dive. Hanaho.
Yeah.
Oh, that one had to have clipped his feet. Everybody has different duck dive. Didn't even phase him, yeah. That's the worst when it grabs you and just takes you back, yeah? Oh, man, it happens to the best of us. It happens when you just can't afford it to happen. Yeah, so Team Japan, Rairu. Oh, here we go. Oh, little slight pause. Rairu, Ito, Jin Suzuki, Sogo Harada.
Nice technique where he stays high, drags that backhand to slow down. Trying to get a little deeper, a few little chandelier sections, and a nice pocket ride there.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the position where he should be to make the wave. You know what I mean? Right. You get a little bit too greedy and go behind that curtain, you're not going to make it out. And what is that, Isaiah, on screen? Do we got a rain squall coming?
Yeah, I got a little...
I love it. The ua. It's an absolute blessing.
Ua. When it's a light, misty rain like this, we call it ka'uanoi. So it's like not like pouring rain, not really hard. And in fact, a lot of times in Hawaiian,
that's interesting.
Hawaiian thinking that that tickle on your skin with the light, misty rain is sort of a way of your kupuna, your ancestors, saying hello.
I like that. So say that word again, because ehukai means, the mist.
Oh, we just saw that one.
How was that turn? That is, I believe, Jin Suzuki.
Oh, another backdoor wave pulling in. Riding through that one successfully with a layback turn.
Nice streaking layback to the inside. Jumped off in like less than a foot of water. He's going to turn around there. Keep his feet off the reef in the sand.
Yeah, so you're actually asking about some words. Ka'uanoi. The ua is the rain. Ka'uanoi is often referred to as kind of this light, misty rain. Ehukai is the name of the beach park over here, but it's also, when you have this mist in the air from the surf mostly, and it creates a reddish hue in the sky. And kai, Makua kai, Rothman is in this next one. Kai is the name of the ocean water, but close to shore. So Hawaiians have a lot of different words for water, depending on which part of the water. So you have vai, and vai is fresh water.
Yeah.
You have kai, and kai is the ocean, but normally like right in the shoreline area. You also have you have a lot of different words for the breaking parts of the wave, as we're seeing waves breaking here. The po'ina nalu. Po'ina is the breaking part of the wave, sometimes referred to as the lineup itself. So right here, the wave is right at the po'ina. Nice backdoor wave. Comes out with the layback slips. The fins slip out. Split peak here. Going left at pipe.
Did the Hawaiians have dialogue as they started to slide on their equipment? Did they
You mean like words?
Because they were creating something so special, because we're sitting here right now talking about surfing, and look where it's came.
There's a lot of words and terms for surfing in Hawaiian from old times. I don't know if you are familiar with Auntie Roby Kahakalau, her music.
I am, yeah.
So go check out the song that she sings, Pi'i Mai Kanalu. And Pi'i Mai Kanalu.
I love that song, yeah.
It's
the words about in
there she's talks a lot of words that describe the muku. Lala is to slide diagonally on the wave. So in that song, there's a lot of reference to sort of the traditional words for describing different ways of riding waves and surfing. And
just imagine if we could just go back in time and look at this screen of two Kanaka out there enjoying themselves. Just take a quick look on that time.
I think what you would see
be
would surprise
breathtaking.
us is how many people were surfing. Like
Gotcha.
they said,
I'm talking about once they grabbed on to the. I would love to see that.
Early. Right.
Like whoever it was, the two guys experiencing it as friends. You know what I mean? That wave engaging. I don't know if they swam to the beach, or was it,
Yeah, there weren't. I mean, they didn't have leashes back in those days for sure.
No, but I mean, the first ride ever. I just wanted to go and just be there real quick. You know what I mean? Was it an absolute disaster or was it a success? I mean, that is rich history at its best because we are all students of the surfing, and everybody from around the world tuning in. They're tuning in for a reason.
Right.
They don't just love the ocean. They love the sport, but they just love the connection of the ocean and the source of surfing that you get to tell us so much about, Professor Isaiah.
Yeah, and seeing surfing for the first time, for many, it's a kind of a real surreal experience because it's unlike most human experiences, like floating on water. It's like you're flying or gliding across the surface of the ocean.
You're taking something moving over the reef, harnessing water, thick.
Yeah, and it's cool.
A lot of water.
I mean, even the physics or the science of, or even the chemistry of the ocean and waves and how it works. I mean, it's really kind of cool. The mysteriousness of how the energy moves, on a cellular level through the ocean and generates that energy, and then humans are then harnessing that and participating in that moment of energy transfer in the water and becoming part of it. So the experience is kind of, people say it's a spiritual one, right? Well, that was the end of our heat with round number 4, Team Japan. We have next coming up, North Shore Boys. Stay with us. We're going to be right back after this commercial break
Stay
from the
tuned,
Hui
gang.
Backdoor Shootout.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed plateau.
Oh my goodness. Woo!
Yeah, buddy!
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Aloha, mai kako. Here we have Shinpei. Was just in that last heat. Team Japan was able to surf with the GoPro on his head. We were able to be participants in that last heat thanks to this man right there.
Shinpei. Killer brother.
Got a good barrel. Lots of shakas, lots of aloha.
We're going to show you guys in a little bit
Team
here.
Japan. And we are into round 4. This is the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024. This is our next heat that's in the water right now. Ayala Stewart, Kala Grace, Legend Chandler, Makai McNamara, and Makuakai Rothman. And these guys are representing what's called the North Shore Boys, probably associated with the North Shore Surf Shop, with the McNamara family, perhaps.
Yep.
And we have some legends out there. We're talking about Makuakai Rothman has been, out here at Pipeline, the Backdoor Shootout for many, many years. Legend Chandler is a little younger, but he's been in this event as well. Saw him and his brother Mononoke.
There he is, right there.
Threading the needle
originally
on this
from
backdoor
Kauai.
wave.
Beautiful grab rail. Oh, slash like a backside kicktail right into the whitewater. That was awesome.
Figure 8.
Yep, straight figure 8 with some lash on that tail there. As this is his backyard.
Yeah, beautiful opening wave for Legend.
Legend's growing up, man. He's got a couple things he does too on his approach that's very Andy of him. Right. You know what I mean?
Oh,
wow!
In that barrel?
No, but that if it was free surfing, there'd be somebody on that thing. But these guys are looking for a certain thing as they're getting scored from a score scale from a 1 to a 12, 5 being an average, and here you go. Legend.
Earlier during the break.
Gotcha. Little feet in the wax, quickness, and this is the last one he got as this is going on the board. Beautiful little backdoor wave. But how's this beautiful cutback? I did like that.
At the Pipeline, we don't
Beautiful
normally
style.
see maneuvers like that where we're getting, turns. But today, because it's a little smaller than yesterday, we're able to watch the surfers do a little more than just barrel ride.
Isaiah, but there's something really authentic growing up being a surf fan is watching your favorite surfer come out of backdoor pipe and just doing that.
Yeah.
Like Tom Curran.
Right.
In Momentum. He comes out, you will always see that with his green rail board, coming out of a pit at backdoor and then doing a down carve into the flats and riding in. I mean, there's just something about that.
It's the exclamation point.
Yeah, and then when Kelly surfing Pipeline, I mean, just as a young kid watching him, I would wait for him to come out of the barrel and do that floater, air, or just huge cutback. Oh, wow. Engulfed in the backdoor pit. Goes over the foam monster, holds it, negotiates it, and then he goes down. Some man stuff right there.
Ayala Stewart or Kala Grace?
I believe that was Kala Grace. As we're all used to him going left. But I'll tell you what, that Kanaka, he can go right. He's got a powerful backside snap when we talk about regular maneuver surfing. And, we got some rain, brother.
A lot of family in this North Shore community and in this sport of surfing. And so, I mean, each of these names up here are connected to a family of surfers. Ayala Stewart, his brother Kanyela Stewart, is on the world longboard tour. He's won many
second in the
events.
world. He's second in the world to Mr. Kai Salas, longboard world champ.
Kala Grace, I believe Kala's mom is Derek and Michael Ho's sister.
Yep.
So the whole family, he's part of the whole family, of course. Legend Chandler and his brother Mononalu and his mom, you said, was a professional.
And his dad is original Waikiki Beach boy, Uncle Willie Grace.
Oh, and then, with Makai McNamara, his dad, Liam McNamara, his uncle, Charger.
Oh, big time. Garrett.
Garrett, there we go.
G-Mac.
And, of course, he has siblings that surf out here as well. Then, of course, Makuakai Rothman from the Rothman Ohana. So each of these North Shore boys come with...
Talking about G-Mac, just made me think of a Kanaka that I love, Keali'i Mamala. What's up, brother? Where you stay? He's definitely straight up Huio He'enalu, amazing big wave surfer.
And we have a crazy moment right now. We're in the belly of a rainbow.
I did not hear that. Let's go.
Here we have a paddler. This is Ayala Stewart pumping, trying to stay high because that barrel is going to pinch.
Oh, the thing kind of lipped over right on the takeoff. It just barreled a little bit too much, so it caught his back. He didn't get over the implosion part of it. As some of these guys backdoor pipeline so much, they have to ride over the implosion, and a lot of surfers call that the foam ball, the foam monster. It chases a lot of guys. As you can see it really good, what I'm talking about when you watch Chopo and big pipeline when we're looking into the barrel.
They were looking through the barrel of the rainbow right here.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
Referred to as the Loa State or the Rainbow State.
I think that's our other commentator, Cliff Botello, over there. He is on duty with Hawaiian Water Patrol, so you won't be seeing my beautiful blue-eyed friend up here today.
He was also incredible. Doing the bluest-eyed Hawaiian I've ever
him
seen.
And Zane Aikau hypnotize waves. You know what I mean? This guy's single now, so he stay hypnotizing the ladies down at the beach. And awesome stuff. Cliff Botello, love you, brother. Ever since I came up North Shore surf party cruise at a young age, he's always had my back. He's also ran some of the biggest kickball tournaments around at Polo Fields because he used to run that company, All Bus.
Oh, okay.
Him and Ikaika Kalama. Plenty roots and togetherness. You know, what you learned in social studies, you're not going to learn OVL. But, hey, we're going to learn plenty magnificent mana'o and education about our culture, our roots and culture right here with Professor Isaiah Walker. And if you haven't read the book, Waves of Resistance with Larry Bertelman on the cover, well, I really suggest you do if you're a student of the surf or a surf fan or just what we've been talking about the last days. If you're getting into surfing, you might as well know all the players in the history. Because, you know, you're not going to see me on your pickleball court until I learn how to play. Shout out to Uncle's Movement, Micah Nickens. Thanks for tuning in. Uncle's Movement in the house. Another ripper shredder from the day. And he was telling me as I was talking about respect going into other sports, he wrote to me, I love tennis, and I just don't know how that whole thing works. I went down the road to play basketball the other day, and there was 2 pickleball setups. And I was like, I just wanted to tread lightly, but this is my hood. Pick up your nets and go. I just sat there with my daughter, kind of baffled.
Pickleball is getting huge
I
now.
heard it's 45 minutes, but, like, you know what? Play tennis. It's more stride. You can bruise your friend on the other side. And all these guys playing, stop taking advantage of the old ladies. We need to get them their own court.
Yeah,
but watch, I'm all talking this, and I'm going to be pickleballing.
Yeah.
But, you know, tennis is definitely more strides.
Bad on the knees. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
It's really bad on the knees.
See, to me, I'm more of a ping pong player than it's
ping pong is nuts too.
So it's like middle of that between tennis and ping pong at pickleball.
You seen those soccer players doing ping pong in a soccer ball domed table? They just serve it with kicks.
Here we go. Oh, going left, sliding, slip sliding.
Oh, his fins didn't engage at all, and it was like, power sliding down Tantalus, 4-wheel motion. And you got to stop. That was Makuakai.
That was Makai.
Makai had an amazing wave yesterday.
That's his board. See how his fins just slipped out from under it?
I think his back foot was a little bit too far forward on the fins.
Another wave, backdoor.
As these guys, when they take off vertically, Kala coming up quick.
Oh, adjusting the helmet. Hopefully he's all good.
Hammer time.
Kala is definitely a warrior. If you joined us last year, he had some great waves, but also had some, tragedy strike where he was hit by a set of waves.
Mm-hmm.
The first one ripped his helmet off, and then eventually the next one knocked him unconscious. Here he is.
And he was just about to disappear from Hawaiian Water Patrol last year, and Nolan made a split decision to jump off the ski, and Hawaiian Water Patrol brought him back to life and got him to the beach.
In hindsight, we can talk about this and because he's here and celebrating, but at the moment, it was heart-wrenching, right?
Oh.
To watch that. Where
it almost shut down the whole production.
When, to see Nolan jump off of the ski, just to make sure he didn't lose.
He wasn't liking what he was seeing, and you know what I mean. It's like, this ski. Like, some humans would be, I gotta make sure I don't fall off this ski. No ways. That's Kala Grace. That is your brother. He said, "F this ski right off."
Unconscious at the time, dove down, grabbed him, brought him to shore, where he was revived.
Oh, yeah.
Spent
that was heavy.
A bit of time in the hospital. And, and to be back out here in the next, in the year, it really speaks volumes to his love for surfing, his commitment to surfing, his commitment to
He's
his
doing
culture.
what he loves, but he also got to face a couple of those fears. Guys, amazing surfers like Owen Wright has never come back from that huge wipeout those years ago. And we also have an amazing athlete, Rothman legacy, Koa. He also got injured a few days ago. And, because he's waking up with slight, not feeling 100%, he's smart. He's going to sit out. I don't know how he sits out.
Concussions are no joke. Here we go, Legend Chandler behind the peak.
Because he's a big part of this contest.
Riding a little longer board than you would normally on a day of this size.
He's smart. As you know, his little brother, Mananalu, has the art of the longboarding, pulling in the longboard, which isn't easy to do. So these kids have an amazing understanding of their equipment. They're strong, strongly rooted in the surf culture. Beautiful, Kala. Oh, very Derek Ho-esque. As he kicks out the back. I used to love watching Derek Ho surf backdoor, man. He would shove his knee in it. He would yank the board. So gnarly. I can't believe he never fell off.
Ayala Stewart.
Ayala's got an awesome backside approach, too.
Yep.
As leading up to the backdoor, these guys have had backdoor sandbar sessions and next level as they were traveling half football fields all the way into the depths of the sand there. So exciting. Oh, how's these coasters? We got the backdoor shootout bullets, and amazing stuff over here at the backdoor shootout. As it's all designed for our surfing culture. Thank you to Keiki Beach Bungalows. Go nuts, Hawaii. Go grab a lesson and a surfing experience with them. And hey, Sinaloa tortilla chips, if you haven't tried, I highly recommend it. And we are always fueled island-wide by my friends at Monster Energy, Mr. Freak Show Iwohi and Loa Chandler. Mahalo, brother Sua. You guys are always fueling us with the best energy drinks around. Why fly away from battle with brittle little wings when you can stay and surf and shred like a green monster? Athletic Brewing Company, Odom, Hawaii, Odom Corporation. All the amazing beverages here in Hawaii. Thank you, Aaron Kim, better known as AK. Waya, Kea, Water. Ooh, Waiakea Water doing amazing things. They have some amazing athletes as they sponsor the whole family. Uncle Derek winning the Uncle Michael Ho winning the Duke Kahanamoku Ocean Festival this year with Waiakea Water. Haleiwa Juice, go check them out. They have an amazing bottles of juice. And go check them out there in Haleiwa. Two Thumbs Tattoo. You got any tattoos, Isaiah?
Nope.
Huh? Gotcha. Me neither. My dad said at a young age when I got on Quicksilver, he was going to take out the tattoo with a chainsaw. So I just decided I wasn't going to get one. But, you know.
My shout out to some of my friends. I had, this ties me to a tattoo story of why similar to my dad was saying. My dad was a doctor, and I had a good friend. We had a friend named Norman Soderberg. If you're listening, Norm. Aloha. But when he was young,
High
friends used to kind
tide.
of tease him, call him the cat. And so he got a tattoo on his head. It just said cat. It was, like homemade kind.
Oh,
kind
yeah.
kind. And he regretted it, so my dad actually removed it surgically from his hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just for fun, I guess. So I saw that, and I was like, I don't think I want to do that. But tattooing, or kakao, is a very deep part of traditions in Hawaii and Polynesia. I mean, tattooing really has
painful
origins.
tradition I hear from my friends. Like, respectfully, they try not to knock out, the tap on the bone.
Tapping with the bone. You have a lot of, and this is throughout, we've been talking a lot about voyagers from the Moana Nui, which is the Pacific Ocean. All of the islanders that live in Polynesia or Pacific Islands are family. Mm-hmm. And so they share similarities in language, in culture, in customs, even in a lot of the legends. So, for example, here, like some of these gods in Hawaiian tradition of Maui, Kanaloa, and others, they all exist in these different parts of the world. I mean, you may have seen the movie Moana, right? Even though it was
my girls
Disney
love
movie,
it.
Disney movie, but it was playing off of themes that like Maui is a real demigod,
demigod,
Hawaii, but also in New Zealand, in Tonga, in Samoa, and he's a character that shows that like all of the islanders.
Was he really Kolohe and real in what you have read and your knowledge?
Yeah, so he's what you call.
He was punchy,
right? So a
lot of pride.
Yeah, so he's a trickster figure, which means in the folklore, he did things that were, kind of broke rules or boundaries. Said he could morph into different creatures. The rooster, for example, he could shape shift into, and a lot of different things. Stories of his fishhook also connect us to star constellations. So, in the Big Dipper and so forth, these different star constellations that are Western, Hawaiians have their own constellations for these. So Maui's fishhook is one of those. And so it is very much so integrated into this culture. And so what I'm trying to make the comment is that tatau or tattooing or kakao is a tradition of these Moana people of the Moana, the Pacific Ocean, and so you see tattooing or even the word tattoo is from a Polynesian word, tatau or kakao, and they would tap with with these bones that they would sharpen and dip into the ink and then make these patterns. So it is a deep-rooted tradition in Hawaii and throughout the Pacific, and each of the islands in the Pacific have their own forms of tattooing. So Marquesas was one of the most elaborate ones in old times, where they head to toe,
full body,
and each of the markings and image had stories to them that would link you to genealogy, link you to your village and where you're from, and so real deep history there with tatau or kakao or tattoo.
Before you leave the Maui story, I know Israel Kamaka Vivaole says Maui's the Hawaiian Superman. Right. Elaborate, was he that kind of character?
He was. So he was the son.
He had that kind of power out of in his Hawaiian mythology.
Right. He was the son of Hina. And there's a lot of stories, epic stories of him doing amazing things, lassoing the sun, slowing the sun down in Haleakala.
I remember that story.
Here we go, Legend Chandler, trying to slow his board down here.
Nice downward snap. into the whitewater. Just putting a little flair and riding it out.
Which also, I mean, these stories have multiple layers of meaning to them. In Hawaiian, we refer to that as kauna. Kauna is like, what is the deeper message? Similar to like in Western society, you have poetry. In religious texts, for example, you have metaphor or you have parable.
Yeah.
You have simile and so forth, where you have a deeper message behind the main message. So it's possible, like these stories of Maui are teaching values and lessons that have multiple meanings. Here we have Legend Chandler.
Kid's style is rad. You could see the
Yes,
way he
smooth.
was setting up for the barrel. You know what I mean? All his uncles that he's raised around. This guy is ready to go. The future is bright for the Chandler Ohana.
Very smooth style, and that's something cool about surfing. And if you're an avid surfer or surf fan, you realize that every surfer has their own sort of stamp of their style. And that's how, even for us today, we are identifying surfers not necessarily because they're wearing a jersey, but it's the way that they stand on the board, the way that they go down the line, the way they hold their arms, their posture, their center of gravity. And as a surfer, you recognize those distinctions. And so it's kind of cool. Like my wife always trips out, like, how do you know that's so-and-so? And I'd be like, well, because when they, that's how they look. That's their style.
Yeah.
It is harder and harder these days, I think. And this is going to, kind of date me, kind of grumpy uncle complaint about
Boy, he's
surfing.
still one grumpy uncle
Grumpy
already,
uncle, small
Isaiah.
time, but
I'm not going to surf with you then, grumpy uncle.
And I think that what it is the more surfers watch, like these days, you have constant video clips that you can watch nonstop on Roku TV apparently.
Yeah, that's
and
killer.
Also on Instagram, and which is cool. But before, when people didn't have access to watching,
Gotta wait for your newspaper clipping or your
that
magazine.
People would develop their own unique styles of surfing that were very distinct.
Just admit it. Everybody's copycatting right now.
I think there's some truth to that.
It is. It's too much. They push a button and they're right in front of you, setting up their tent, getting their kid a coach. And we didn't even learn 1 cent of fundamentals about our surfing culture and where it's from, what we do. And that's why you guys should just get wet, and we will feel the ocean from now on. Right, gang?
Our grumpy uncle moment right there. All right, here's a...
Hey, Dr. Phil, I feel better now after that. Oh, no, wait, Professor Isaiah.
Legend staying busy out there.
He is, and you never know what you're going to get, and sometimes going in this size and conditions, you can catch a gem. So that's what he is doing within this heat. We're almost at the 5-minute mark. Oh, he's going to... Makuakai. Guy got injured last year, too. I know we've talked about
during
it.
The event.
His leg was like hanging off his kneecap, and then I see him days later coming out of the scaffolding at the Eddie Aikau Big Wave. And I was like, holy schmoly. This guy is going to go out and surf some double, triple man-sized waves. Because he's all about his culture. He's going to do it. He got invited to the Eddie. He's going to show up. He doesn't want to give his slot up. He's going to do it. And not the velocity of his rides out there. He caught bombs. He didn't hold back.
Yeah, crazy. Also reminds me of when Clyde Aikau dislocated his shoulder.
Oh, my gosh. And that other massive year, he had to pull his vest, everything.
But then he went back out in his next heat.
I know. He was out there by himself when the jet skis had to run and everybody had to, and they came back out, and there he was.
Here's a message I give to all of our viewers, particularly our Pacific Island peoples, because unfortunately in Hawaii, health is something that a lot of our Hawaiians struggle with. But you look at our Hawaiian surfers who are living that lifestyle. Clyde Aikau was like 65 years old. Paddled out to 30 to 40 foot Waimea Bay, and
65
years old.
Oh,
and I see that too. I was talking to Uncle Chuck Andres the other day, and he was like, "Hey, Isaiah."
Chuck.
He was like, "Look, all my kupuna friends over here. They're walking around like they're old man." He says, "I just same age as them because I surfing. I'm staying healthy. Here we go." healthy backdoor barrel.
Iala Stewart doing
away.
his thing, traveling a great deal through that backdoor barrel. And as you're talking about Uncle Chuck Andrus, just catching up with the surfers on the beach, Mike, you know all these guys in their house have a Chuck Andrus pipe gun. And all debating, talking about riding it. You know, they all have these legendary boards from all different kinds of shapers, but I heard from a few significant surfers, oh, bro, I might ride my Chuck.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean? Like my friend Randall Paulson, he's got his Chuck Andrus pipe boards put away.
There we go.
Our
replay.
Peasel.
That one just raced too fast for Ayala.
Beautiful travel, though. Beautiful travel. Ayala's got a cosmetically amazing backside, hard charging, raised in town with us. And he came out to the North Shore. Liam McNamara and North Shore Surf Shop took good care of him as he made this place home. And he is a part of Pipeline and Backdoor, the movement.
Yeah, I love watching some old footage of surfing on the North Shore in the 1970s. There's one, if you can find it.
What's your favorite video from 1970s?
Style Masters.
Okay.
Gotta find it.
Could you find like clips of it on YouTube or maybe the full length?
There's Style Masters 1 and 2. And it just, really reiterates what kind of this notion of style and like how, especially in the 70s, you had very distinct and unique styles. Mark Richards was known as the Wounded Gull, the way he kind of stood on the board and his hand movements.
Was his nickname, the Wounded Gull?
And then, of course,
because of his
Larry Bertleman, who had one of the most beautiful styles, and everyone wanted to. That's when a lot of people started to emulate his style, even on land. So skateboarding.
Oh yeah,
they still have the word Larry. Even today, we refer to the Larry layback that comes from Larry Bertleman, who had that real beautiful style that he had. Birdman.
He had kind of a significant wider stance too, and I don't know if that was from his skateboarding background because he did amazing things on the waves and in the bowls. Like he
was able to kind of move his feet around a lot. I think Eddie Aikau was known to have a really wide stance.
Because everywhere around the island where we're skating, we all have this. Larry Bertleman used to skate here. Like, you know what I mean? There's always that thing, and he definitely laid some tracks for all of us.
I would say my favorite surfer from the 70s, though, was Buttons Kaluuya.
I was going there. He had a narrow stance, really cosmetic. He could widen it up, but very talented. Got to travel to Australia with him and Kelly Slater's little brother, Stefan.
Wow.
He is an amazing longboarder surfer. We used to have a tour up there.
So if you can find that Style Masters,
I'm going to go look.
That's
rich history, really, and it'll get me pumped to surf.
And in that video, there's a lot of Australians, too, that they show some really cool style. Rabbit, Bartholomew, and quite a few others. Sean Thompson is in that as well. But you watch those videos, and in the 70s, Buttons and Larry Bertleman, clearly some of my favorites.
Me too.
Progressive, too. I would say that Buttons Kaluuya took us into that next level. And anyway, we're going to come back and talk more about history and surfing. And here at the Bonsai Pipeline, we'll be back. We're still
Team
in the round
Volcom
form.
next.
Stay with us. More action to come.
I don't know how. You gotta use the bathroom. I don't know how you
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed bottom.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024, honoring Duke Kahanamoku and the tradition of surfing, otherwise traditionally known as He'enalu. And here at the Backdoor Shootout, we are at Pipeline, and the waves today are in the 4 to 6 foot range, about half the size as yesterday, but still very contestable, very enjoyable. We're promoting a family-friendly and healthy vibe here today at Pipeline. And I think a lot of our competitors are happy to kind of take a different pace with the waves. Yesterday was survival mode. Although guys in this heat love charging the big ones. Balaram Stack, Makana Pang, Moana Jones Wong, Jake Maki, Noah Dean. We saw all of those competitors yesterday.
They were killing it, too.
Bombs.
Big ones. Noah Dean got a couple big ones. LRM Stack, as you can see what you're talking about. How's that significant rut right there with some caves lining up with our surfers, that back tail drop as it goes into that lagoon type thing in there. Yeah, it is really shallow.
Where they're sitting right in front of, you can see those caves right in front of the surfers sitting right there in the lineup. Beautiful drone angle shots.
Yeah.
Mahalo to
oh,
our
it's
crew out
raining
there.
down over there by your house.
Right.
It seems to be. My fiance and baby went to go see the horse on your road.
Oh.
Little Joe. They had a great time. And what a special place out there is, too.
Awesome. Yeah, right where we're located here. It's on the north shore of Oahu. And Ehukai Beach Park we're looking at right here. And beautiful vantage where we're looking toward the shore. You can see back in the valley here. And on the north shore, it's kind of, we're split between two mountain ranges. On the left of your screen is called the Ko'olau Mountain Range. And to the right of your screen is the Waianae Mountain Range, which essentially comprise the island of Oahu. So there we're looking towards the western portion of the island. If you were to jump over that mountain right there, you'd be at famous Makaha.
Makaha.
And
you ever been Koli Koli Pass? You ever get to drive through onto the other side?
Isn't that like military only?
No, they opened it up when we had Auntie Rel's son's funeral.
Here we go, Moana Jones.
Moana!
Ooh.
Oh, Moana. So awesome to have her out here. Only 2 wahines in the competition this year, Isaiah.
Yep.
Moana Wong and Carissa Moore.
We'll see Carissa in one of the heats coming up.
I believe she's got 5 world titles already.
She does.
That is amazing. And an Olympic gold.
Yeah, Moana is often referred to as the queen of pipeline out here. She had, in my opinion, one of the best waves of the contest last year. This is Jake Maki doing
Oh, Maki. I love that.
Yeah.
I really love when it works out. I mean, it's not an easy fundamental thing to do. I watched Lance O'Connell do it on a longboard a couple times, and he just got engulfed and came out. So when it works out,
that layback makes
amazing.
me think of guys like talking about yesterday. Marvin Foster is really good at doing that. Matt Archibald was big in the layback.
Oh, I love that.
California.
He's also a pioneer of the airs. Like, these guys were elevating the tail coming out of the back of the coping and then flying off of the coping.
Right. You'll still see, of course, Mason Ho doing laybacks quite a bit. And that's one thing that makes Mason so exciting to watch is he really, because he's come from a family that has been surfing for so many generations that he likes to, celebrate the history of surfing by performing maneuvers that you would see more commonly back in old times.
Yeah, so you're watching Team Volcom. Team Volcom's been here for quite some time. They were created in 1992. But they were thinking about making this thing a long time as these guys worked in the Quicksilver offices and told the guy, take your silly little stone out of here. And look what it became, the Volcom stone, true to this. And they always help Hui He'enalu. We're all one big ohana. And amazing athletes from Volcom, amazing apparel. And, they got the best of the best.
You ever seen the cartoons they used to make?
Yep, with Drew Toons. Drew Toons draws them, and that's Ty Van Dyke, Kaimana Henry doing the voiceovers.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. My kids would do the North Shore Junior lifeguards, and they'd get these videos they'd bring home. They were hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, that last heat was amazing,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to go down to the beach and talk to our surfers to get the insight of what it was like being in the water.
Down to you, Ayala Stewart. Wow, who's sitting super deep?
Waves.
Makana.
Yesterday.
We're trying to get down to Ayala Stewart. We're working on that, but
for now, there's Team Volcom spread out in their favorite sitting positions. They're with the Queen of Pipeline, Moana Wong. Earlier, our first day of competition on Thursday, we had the Dukahanamoku specialty event. And down to Ayala Stewart. How you doing, brother?
Aloha, everybody. Sorry we had a technical glitch there, but how was your heat, Ayala?
It was good. We all got a bunch of opportunities compared to yesterday with our timing of our heat. But, yeah, today's a beautiful day in Hawaii weekend and some fun barreling backdoor on offer.
And I know you're no novice to surfing pipe or backdoor, but what does it mean to you to be able to surf here with just 5 other people?
Yeah, it means the world to me. I grew up, born and raised in Hawaii and lived from Waikiki, but now I lived on the North Shore since I was 12. So, yeah, this is my home break, and seeing it with only 5 of my good friends is really, I don't think there's a better feeling.
Such a gift. Thank you to Hui He'enalu, and thanks for charging, Ayala.
Yeah, thanks to Hui He'enalu for putting this on, and in memory of Duke, and thanks to all the viewers for watching, supporting Hawaii surfing.
Well, there goes Moana. Well, mahalo.
Awesome job.
Awesome,
Ayala
Ayala. Oh, Hanaho, Makana, or Ballaram. I believe that was Ballaram. Ball stack. He's earned some 12s here in the Hui Backdoor Shootout a few times.
You know, there's something interesting that I've noticed with when we do the beach interviews, if you notice the surfers, while they're being interviewed, it's very difficult for them to have their back facing the ocean.
Yeah, I know.
Turning, and it's not just to watch the waves, but I think that is a very Hawaiian, practice. In
yes,
fact,
it is.
We have a proverb that talks about never face your back to the ocean.
Yeah.
Right, because as a waterman, as a surfer, there's something about your connection to the ocean, and also it's a safety precaution too,
Mm-hmm.
right? To make sure something's coming from behind my back. And so I love that when you watch the interviews, they're constantly they have a hard time looking at the camera because they're always wanting to turn to face the ocean.
Turn from what just gave them
and
amazingness.
And I think that's an important thing for visitors when they come to Hawaii to learn, is that you don't face your back to the ocean, especially when you're in it.
And during the interview, Moana got a full in and out, so we'll probably see the replay and just a little bit of that as Team Volcom sitting out there. I believe That was Balaram Stack on that last one. He didn't make it out, but this guy is no stranger to charging hard waves coming from New York. He just came from that swell that came to the East Coast and around Jersey, New York. These guys are getting, like, you know, their style of pipe. And I'm sure guys over there, it looks like pipe, you know, and this guy is very good at pipe.
Isn't that funny, though, how everybody always says, oh, this wave looked like pipe. Everybody, pipeline is the measuring stick to compare it to.
I know.
Though people's like, oh, this is the pipeline of Peru. Or
Canary Island's got 3 pipelines next to each other on the island of Fuerteventura, but you know when we paddled out, it's not pipeline. It just looks like pipeline.
People say it's like pipeline, but there's only one pipeline.
Yeah. There's only one. And she has a back door.
Yep.
If you're scared for go pipe, you can race out the back door. But, man, back door has made some careers, let me tell you. A lot of my friends were pipe specialists in the day, and they'd get paid only to do that.
Yep. Yeah, great drone shot, and the water's nice and clear because, you know, the waves have subsided or settled a little more than yesterday. You can see the beautiful contours of the reef, but also just, you know, notorious for injury. Anyone you talk to who's a pipeline surfer will explain some time where they've had a horrific wipeout.
Yeah.
Even a friend of mine, Jack Johnson, who's of course famous through his music, you know, tells a story where he knocked out all of his front teeth.
Man, we were young. It wasn't even. There's interviews of him. His whole lip. He looked like Curious George. Even though his soundtrack is on that thing, he had a monkey lip for like months. And, you know, people that love Jack Johnson's music, the guy shreds, you know. He was right there with the Momentum generation. Kelly Slater, Benji Weatherly, Taylor Knox, all of them. He'd hang out, and he still shreds. You can see him at the North Shore Menahuni contest every year, coming down, bringing his keikis.
Oh, yeah, you can see the beautiful clouds out there bringing the ua to us. Actually, that's probably the rain that we had experienced a little while ago.
Nice and clear up back there.
Again, we're looking toward the west, the most western point of the island of Oahu. That is Ka'ena Point, and Mokula'ia is that stretch there. And you're looking at a bunch of surf spots.
Oh, North Shore Lifeguards. City and County's finest. Hey, shout out to Monster Energy Drinks. I know you guys are logged on. Keala Freak Show Iowohi and Loa Chandler. And Brother Sua, thank you for all you guys do. Always taking care of athletes and all our amazing cultures and practices here in Hawaii, not just surfing. You guys are always there for everyone. Monster Energy, you know, they've been fueling dirt bikers, skiers, snowboarders, racers of all different kinds. Dirt, moto, metal, carnage, all the way into all the athletes in the water, wakeboarding. Oh, they got pilots, all kinds of stuff. Monster Energy doing it upright, the black and green.
Well, we're
Jake Baki.
halfway through this heat, 15 minutes remaining. We have seen a couple of good waves ridden, although this heat hasn't really had as many waves as we've seen in some of the earlier heats, but
it's getting really clean and a bit small.
You know, I think it peaked high tide also in the middle of this heat. Maybe every time the tide starts to change from low to high or high to low.
It was maxing out on the last heat, yeah. It popped up, but we were talking about something, and yeah. So now the tide should be on its way down gradually. It's going to take a little time.
Yeah,
as looks like Sunset got a few waves down there as well.
Our tides there, 10:18 a.m. was the high tide, 0.6 feet. Low tide is 0.0 feet. That's something about Hawaii is our tides are not very extreme in comparison to most other locations around the world. Tahiti's like that too. In fact, Tahiti's tides are very minimal. Like the change in tides.
But do they really vary around the island of Tahiti, like how ours just fluctuates? You know how our tides fluctuate here and there from each side. You know, South Shore is a little different from over here, but they're close.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, there are little time differences. So the North Shore high tide is a little. I think it's like an hour difference from what it is in town. But as far as the levels of fluctuation of tide in Hawaii, it's pretty minimal compared to other places like in California or the closer you get to the poles. You know, like if you're down way south in Chile or something, you know that the tides here are not that dramatic. But it does impact the surf nonetheless. And so when we get, you know, high tide or low tide and it starts to change, the surf does start to vary a little. Sometimes we refer to a high tide push as the tide is going from low to high. Sometimes the energy of the ocean will increase a little. You don't want it too low tide at Pipeline and Backdoor. It gets really
tricky.
A lot of the water is sucking out to sea, and it pulls more of the water off the reef and makes it a lot, you know, the drops a lot steeper and the consequences a lot more severe.
Yeah. And for the audience at home, furthest out in the black wetsuit is Balaram Stack. And you're going to have Queen of Pipeline paddling into this one right now as we speak in the purple wetsuit and the pink helmet. Oh! Tehotu Wong, you and wax your wife's board or what? Uncharacteristic, as she's a frothy surfer. She was overly excited, I bet. And Moana Wong already getting first in and out earlier on in this heat with 12 minutes remaining. 30-minute heats today as we got more paddlers. Makana Pang is jerseyless. This is Jake Make in the white helmet.
Getting a nice
foamy sandbar wave. He's going to go for the gouge, snaps it out the back, lands on the flats and rides out. Make sure that he accumulates those points. Here we go. Noah Dean. Oh, beautiful
traveling,
pumps.
Still going.
Oh, that was beautiful, Isaiah. Round of applause all up and down the beach. This guy, I've been entertained by him throughout the whole event. His all three surfs have been, he's done something, you know what I mean? Whether the waves have been medium or extra large. He's also come out of a fat backdoor barrel yesterday and did a massive straight air.
That was an impressive barrel ride.
Very.
Because it got really foamy and frothy, and for a lot of our other surfers today, once they hit that foamy section, they weren't able to kind of generate speed to come out of the barrel.
Yeah.
But that last one, you could barely see him.
Yeah, but Noah Dean is a slab surfer and an aerialist. He has really good knowledge. So what he did is travel at a certain speed, and he knew he was going to blow out of that. You know, a lot of people have failed, but he had a great back exit.
He's from Australia, correct?
Yep. He knew that thing was shearing on him, and you could start to see him, and he just came right out there. I'm glad that he didn't get greedy and kick out the back. It would have been an incomplete ride. So beautiful drone footage from Zone Media.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I was just going to ask.
Moana's smart. Yeah, she paddles back out, sits deeper than the boys. You know, it's team format. But she wants to take the backdoor shootout title.
Yeah, here's the replays. We had Jake. Moana on that first one, she slipped off of it. Jake completed that one, and then here we go. Noah Dean start off small, grower. You can see him pumping, traveling right there. I thought he was gone. Managed to muscle his way out of that. That just shows a lot of strength.
He had
and
good speed. There was like a dollop, so he exited right there. But a lot of guys, they try to continue and they get incomplete ride.
This is regular foot Jake Maki.
Oh, Jake Maki acting up out there.
Acting up. No get so cocky, bro. Brother, we know you only get 5 guys out there, but don't be rubbing
he just got his feet in the wax regular foot. What he's going to do now is he's going to just pull in backside, maybe switch it up, as Jamie O'Brien has entertained us with that a lot, that one-leg switch in the barrel, coming out switch.
And some guys are really good at that. I mean,
Noah Dean, it's not even that cold out. He's wearing a spring.
You know what? I think a lot of surfers, actually I know a lot of surfers will wear a suit even when it's warm out at places like Pipeline because you bounce off the reef, and we saw it earlier. We saw our surfer, our last year's champion.
Benji Brand.
Benji Brand was shirtless, hit the reef, and came in with a bunch of scrapes.
If he was wearing a 5mm wetsuit top, he would have still been out in the...
Possibly. There's the switch stands. Stop it. Oh, this was going backdoor. Noah Dean again.
Nice.
Oh, couldn't Houdini his way out of that one.
Not this time. Super entertaining, even though it's small backdoor. There's stuff going down out there. But, you know, if you were in a spring suit at crowded, frothy Pipeline at this size, because if these 5 athletes weren't out there, it would be packed.
Right.
My earlobes would be burning. I'd be burning up in that spring suit. You know what I mean? But I totally understand what you're saying. The layers do help you from hitting that sheer bottom.
Oh, look at this crew, the
9,
Florence
6, 7,
Ohana.
1, 2.
Paddling out next.
The Florence Ohana with their 2 adopted brothers, Jose and Eli.
Oh, look at this one.
Balaram stack.
On the back door, one of the bigger waves of the day.
Cosmetically beautiful, beautiful backside, open face, carved back into the power source. Balaram stack.
Nice one. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful. Best wave of the heat so far.
Balaram,
I wouldn't say best ride of the day so far, even though that we're only on.
We've had some other good rides.
Actually, yeah.
That was a
we
good one.
have
Here we
2
go.
more heats left in the 4th round.
There's a replay here. Look like Makana Pang. And this is the wave right here. We have pulling in backside. Balaram stack at backdoor. Comes out with the spit. One of the larger waves of the morning.
How's the knock knee Luke Egan stance? That was a really nice barrel. He trimmed right through that. Nothing touched him. Beautiful knee stall into the wave. The way his leg was dropped down on the deck pad was very nice too. Cosmetically pleasing to the eye. And right in front of our judging panel, Joel Centeo, Barton Lynch, Love Hodel, and Flynn Novak. You kidding me?
Yeah. You know, I like that there's pro surfers on the judging panel. Just my personal opinion. You know, a lot of judges aren't, accomplished surfers these days, and I can see the
you just
the
don't want to
benefit
get
of
a sorry. I missed that. Sorry,
that.
That wasn't right. It just ruins like maybe next year, and some of us don't have till next year.
And I get it in the theory of it. I get it. It's like even like in education, where I as a professor, I work at a university. I teach. And I've been a professor for many years now, and you want to remain objective when you're grading. And I think sometimes there's a thought that, like, if you have someone who's a surfer, that maybe they have their preference. And so we sometimes think that a surfer can't be objective. But I do think that, that a pro surfer does also know a little more of the nuance, that the subtleties of what it takes to ride a wave and to ride a barrel. So anyway, so at the Backdoor Shootout, we do have pro surfers in the judges' tower. So we've had some awesome waves today.
We did.
And we've had some awesome vantage points from the air, from the shore, and even from the water.
And we're going back to Shinpei's wave right here. Team Japan's 4th round surf. Boom. Drops down in, pulls up into the tube. It wasn't a very deep tube, but he was on our live GoPro making history. And here we go. Live, Japan's heat. We're going into the barrel with him. He looks at the wave. He's going to spin around. He uses his right foot to spin himself around like a canoe paddle.
Drops
up and
in.
riding.
Ooh.
And there we go. The first footage of a live barrel ride in competition. And we're going to work on that and make it a lot better for you guys. So we're just innovating and creating. It's all about elevating. This production is amazing. You are watching an original, the Hui Nalu Backdoor Shootout into 2024, where we got amazing sponsors like Go Nuts Hawaii, Keiki Beach Bungalows, Sinaloa Tortilla Chips, Monster Energy Drinks, Athletic Brewing Company, Odom Hawaii, Waiakea Water, Haleiwa Juice, Two Thumbs Tattoo, and Aloha Salads. And if you guys are just joining us, it's a team-based contest, but they're going for individual title as well. The Hui Backdoor Shootout follows a team format that the surfers are divided into 8 teams, and we're consistent of Connie and Wahines, as you got Moana Jones out in the lineup right now, Queen of Pipeline. She's been deemed that, and she's been taking some amazing championships. And this contest typically representing different surf brands, communities, but the format lets them elevate. And wow.
Backdoor traveling. Let's see if he's going to come out of this.
Out.
So close.
Ooh. You seen that double rib, and it extended its barrel.
Noah Dean, again, pumping, trying to get that speed so he can make it out of this backdoor pit. He's still going.
He's going.
Oh,
man, this guy.
They call that.
This guy's been a bit overlooked. The guy has absolutely been shredding through every heat, even the ones his no makes, Look where he came from there.
They call that the doggy door exit, where trying to get out of that little window where you can punch through the door before it clamps down on you. He almost had that, and in a lot of competitions,
still a killer ride. Just to be a surfer. Yeah.
In a lot of competition, they'll determine what is a make and a not make, and I don't know. At the Backdoor Shootout, we have little different guidelines, so we'll see how the judges see that as a make or no make. Love the technique for pumping because he saw this thing was racing down the line, thought he was gone, saw the nose of his surfboard briefly, tries to exit out of the doggy door, but gets the axe on the back, on the shoulder with that exit.
Yeah, so these guys are getting scored. I mean, if you don't make it, they dissect it and see how long your technique of traveling through the barrel is. And if it's a certain distance of ride, you will get awarded not an excellent score, but you will put something on the board. So the history of this contest, 1996, by our founders of Hui Nalu. And our cultural activities alongside competition, the Hui Backdoor Shootout celebrates Hawaiian culture. Surfing event on the North Shore ran by the Hawaiian Surf Club with 49-year history. Like no other, let me tell you. We're known internationally, and we got Team Volcom in the water as these guys are getting some nice rides. 4 to 6 foot.
Yeah, this heat is winding down with about 30 seconds to go. We did have some, even though it started off a little slow, those are probably some of the better scoring waves of the day. Balaram's backdoor wave was insane. Noah Dean had some amazing ones. Moana Jones at the beginning of the heat had a couple good in and outs. Jake Maki looking for a wave in the last dying seconds of this heat. But we are in round 4. And there he goes. Jake looking at this backdoor wave, slows down, grabs the rail, gets a little cover up.
Yeah, Jake. And we're going to close out this heat and move on to our second to the last heat of the 4th round. That is the 9-6-7-1-2. Make sure you guys stay tuned, go grab a snack, and we will be right back. Thank you for joining us at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Mahalo.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Aloha, everybody out there. We are here at the Backdoor Shootout Pipeline 2024. Excited to be here today where the waves are in the 4 to 6 foot range. This is day number 3 of competition. We've had 3 consecutive days of competition, and we're excited to be into round number 4 where we have this next team, 96712, the Florence Ohana, Eli Olsen, the Florence brothers, and we're excited to have them in the water. The waves are still very contestable. We had some great waves come through in that last heat, and we're excited to see what the Florence brothers can do. This was during our break, pumping.
Beautiful.
Looks like Nate or
Yeah.
John.
That is Nate Florence, and that was awesome. He's always got his own GoPro.
Oh,
in
right
his
behind
mouth.
him.
Oh,
We'll
split
get that
peak.
back to you.
That's awesome. That's the Florence bloodline. Eli Olsen and Jose Angel just took the lineup. They scored right off the bat, so super awesome stuff. The Florence brother legacy. Ivan Florence got really close last year as he went into some pipe bombs.
Which is cool because we watched this. This is the replay of John Florence stalling, then speeding up. The wave breathes, and he's unable to come out before
Like you said,
shuts
it clapped
down.
him. Ivan on a detonator, no go. Probably didn't travel too many yards after that. But you never know until you go on conditions like this. Oh, one arm paddle with style. I was wondering. Yeah. That's cool. Eli Olsen looking to get a wave. Or looks like he might have. Oh, that's Jose.
Jose Angel Morales, I believe from Puerto Rico.
Yep.
It's cool that Ivan, last couple of years we've seen a lot more of Ivan in competition because I think, John and Nate Florence usually are kind of in the spotlight more. And I don't know if it's just kind of, their demeanor of maybe Ivan's a bit more, kind of reserved or not in the spotlight as much. But
I
he's
think
been
these boys
charging.
got a podcast. Yeah.
I know that I know that Nate does, and that's kind of interesting how surfers these days have their shows, their own shows on YouTube.
Like the guy that's supposed to be in this heat, but he had a bit of a wipeout a few days ago. So that is Mr. Koa Rothman Legacy. He's a part of this pack, and this is Living with Mr. Koa. You can also check us out live on YouTube and also subscribe on Koa Rothman's YouTube channel. This is Living. What's up, brother Koa? I know you're probably real close by watching on the TV channel 1020 Spectrum. That's his crew out there holding it down. And his stunt double, like we said, your stunt double is John Florence. That's awesome. Don't worry, I don't feel like surfing today, so I'll just send John down, Dad.
Very nice.
But yeah, he is healing up. Godspeed, brother. And look at that beautiful lineup right there. Packed with talent.
For sure. Stacked. Like some lines coming in here. These swells come to us from a couple thousand miles away, way out in the Moana Nui from storms that are way out in the ocean. They organize and come to us to Hawaii to break for the first time. And here's Eli Olsen taking off deep, slowing down, hitting the gas.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
oh.
Beautiful form. No joke, brother. That was a well-ridden wave. It was going to close out regardless, but look how far this brother traveled. Definitely some points going on the board. Nothing super huge or significant, but that is Eli Olsen. And there's our Huio He'enalu iconic petroglyph.
Yeah, you can see here. It's interesting. You got to control your speed. So he's trying to slow down. Then he sees, wait, it's speeding up. Pump, speed, fast.
Look at the speed he picked up right there. I bet you he made it right to that curtain, and then it was game over. But whew,
yeah, there's just
the trap door opened up on him, huh?
Yeah, at that point there's no exit, but oftentimes, there will be a little window where you can sneak out of the doggy door, they call it. But unfortunately for Eli, there wasn't a doggy door exit on that one, but nonetheless, cool to watch the technique in the forum to be able to slow down and speed up when the wave dictates.
So clean. So just thinking about when we started on Thursday, as we started the team surf format at noon, just thinking about these guys and what they've endured all the way to their fourth round. They definitely have some scores.
Yep.
And they're not done yet, as these teams surf 3 to 4, 5 times in the 4-day period that we run. And it's absolutely amazing because they're going to win. They're trying to win as a team, but they're also surfing individual against all 8 teams to win the coveted title of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. So here we go. Jose Angel just all by himself on that peak, just taking a look.
Explaining the other day to Rocky, the name Jose Angel goes back to a surfer from, back in Eddie Aikau's time and before, a very, popular surfer here. And there's a story of Clyde Aikau where Clyde explains, and it's recorded in Stuart Holmes Coleman's book on Eddie Aikau, that Clyde Aikau attributes his victory in the Eddie Aikau surfing competition. I think this was a 1984 competition, the one that Clyde won. He attributes his victory to 2 turtles, or honu, that were in the lineup, but were way out past the pack sitting there. And Clyde said he saw these 2 honu, and he said he felt them just summoning him, like, hey, come, Clyde, come sit next to me. And he says that later the wave of the day came into him right where he was sitting by those turtles, and he ended up winning the competition.
And beating his brother, right?
His brother had passed.
Okay,
that
gotcha.
was the Duke Invitational where he did beat his brother.
History too.
Yeah. And so,
wow.
But Clyde attributes those 2 turtles, says one of them he believed was his brother Eddie Aikau, and the other one Jose Angel.
If you never came out to check me out, you wouldn't have got that wave,
yep.
bro. Yeah.
Which is cool. I love that story because it's very, it's very reminiscent of Hawaiian mo'olelo or stories, and just the way that you have, Aumakua, which is, you have like these spirit deities that manifest themselves in creatures like turtles or sharks or geckos and other things like that.
Mine is the pueo.
Pueo. Yeah. Very good.
Every time I see, and I was in the Big Island, and we was acting up. We seen an owl fly over, and I just stopped. I said, "Take me back."
I'm acting up. My Aumakua is telling me.
Oh, it flew right over, wingspan, and it was just humbling. I was like, I don't see that it's Big Island, though. I was like, yeah, take me back. And, hey, shout out. Well, we're talking about the Aikau family legacy. Uncle Clyde, how you doing? Ha'a. Aikau, I know Uncle's healing up, but bless you guys. Godspeed.
Got a surfer looking at this one. It's like
Ivy.
Ivan.
I love the way the guy surfs. I know, yeah.
He's quite the
You can just tell he's sprung and loaded, ready.
he's a good skateboarder as well. And you can kind of see that stance to me looks like he on that wave just sort of dropped in and just kicked off.
You get skateboard background in you?
I mean, I do ride skateboards. I've never really, been a big park one. Of course, I ride. Everyone who surfs skateboards, and I've
surf skate.
I've built half pipes in our backyard, and
for your sons.
Yeah, and for when we were younger too, we would we would try and skateboard, and but Big Island never really have parks. You know what I mean? Like
still to this day.
Well, now they have some.
Because Maui
but when I was a kid, we would go into these drain ditches that were, not designed for skateboarding. It was kind of rough around the edges, but yeah. So most surfers skateboard. I still ride a skateboard, but when I was when my kids were growing up and they would skate at parks, I think I fell down one too many times, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna ride this skateboard to school. So I ride my skateboard to and from places on campus.
No downhill charging,
but it's more just like a mode of transportation rather than trying to brave the parks.
Yeah. It's funny, you go to these iconic places where you hear that Buttons and Larry Bertleman skate, and it's just like they must have had an amazing imagination. That one out there in Hawaii Kai, you do something dumb, your board's right there in the salt water at the dock. I believe that's Wallows. Wallows. You know what I mean? I was like, what is that? These guys hung out here all day?
There's Jose.
Oh.
Getting some tube time, but...
a lot of guys choosing the backdoor today, they did that Dane Kealoha pump and game over right into the roof of the wave.
Yeah.
So it's definitely pulling you up the face. Different athletes are doing different negotiating out there.
Yeah, Dane Kealoha, if you want to watch some great footage of him at Backdoor, Wave Warriors, you remember that series?
Yep.
Oh, man, Wave Warriors, when that came out, and Dane had his segment of just backdoor barrels, the whole segment, and just really showing what was possible at that time and really redefining what it meant to surf at Backdoor. And he tried to pump, but he kind of lost.
He was already off his motion.
Here we go. This looks like Nate Florence with the camera in the mouth, pumping, trying to make that one, but a little too deep.
Should Wi-Fi into his GoPro. And thank you, Nate, for taking us around the world with you. Me and my fiance enjoyed that, just getting barreled around the world, places that I probably would never paddle out to. 25 feet this guy goes. Some Puerto Escondido, amazing stuff, as each Florence brother is different in every way. And they all, watching them grow up right here, right over there at Ehukai.
I mean, his timing with standing up and pumping is impeccable. Just the wave was too quick and shut down too fast for him.
And special announcement, you guys, go on dahui.com. As we ran out of shirts down here at the beach, we have a bunch more, but I just got a signal they're going quick, okay? So we got smalls, mediums, extra larges, and we got amazing surf apparel. But if you do go to dahui.com, we also have the Aloha J collection. I've been wearing it all week. He's got his pants, his shark tooth shorts. He's also got his signature on the side of the pants leg. And we all know brother Jason Momoa, if you're tuning in, how you doing? Part of the Hui o He'e Nalu Club. And he collaborated this collection with Uncle Eddie Rothman. And there's like 300 units of each article and model that we've made. So collaborating with Uncle, and all the proceeds go straight to Lahaina Maui. Not just a little percentage, the whole thing. Thank you, Jace. Always doing amazing things. Mahalo.
There you go. Jason Momoa, I'm excited. He's of course, he's a cool man.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway, my friend called it that once. I had to laugh.
Did you see?
Aquaman.
Yeah.
In Hawaiian, the word akua is God, and akua man, which to me is super cool because we do have a water deity in Hawaii, and Kanaloa is that character. So Kane and Kanaloa, you have our primary deities in Hawaii and throughout the Pacific, and they're kind of seen as partners. Kane is sort of the deity over a lot of the land and the water on land, and then Kanaloa is kind of represents the deity in the ocean. But the two of them hang out in the river mouths, I suppose, where the river meets the ocean, and that's also the most fertile places for ecosystems. So anyway, that in Hawaiian culture, in Hawaiian society, that area where the brackish water is very significant to the community, because they would build these fish ponds in that location. And the fish pond was a life source for the Hawaiian communities, because they could basically, they're farming fish. This aquaculture, you'll still see it if you go to places around Hawaii where they've restored. Heia is a beautiful fish pond. If you're ever in Hawaii, go check out Heia Fish Pond. You can go, and I think you can sign up to do community service there. Massive. I mean, these fish ponds are massive, probably like 10 football fields in size, some of them.
Wow.
There's another one at Hui Lua, which is at Kahana.
I got to
have you been there?
Help with Nakama Kai, and we all pass. Unreal.
Beautiful.
Would you say it's a small one?
That one, I mean, it's still very large. It's not as big as some of the others. Actually, the most fruitful, or the most prolific fish farming that took place was in Keiki Lagoon. You know, Keiki Lagoon, not Keiki Lagoon.
Oh, wow.
And so anyway, we have these deities, and so Aquaman has some significance. I think Hawaiians may see it as a little different. But as we have a break here in the action, and the Florence brothers are waiting for the sets, we're going to throw it down to the beach with Sister Kinimaka. We're going to talk to some of our competitors from that last heat.
Stay tuned.
Aloha, everybody. We're here with Moana Jones, Queen of Pipeline, and my best buddy. I was going to ask you, on smaller days like today, what goes through your mind when you're looking for waves out there?
Yeah, it's kind of like the same on a bigger day. You kind of want to find like a good wave, because on smaller days, there's not a lot of really good waves. So same like wave selection, looking for my certain wave.
Epic. And I know you're also a student of hula. And so I was going to ask you, how is hula, I guess, similar to surfing?
I think hula is similar to surfing in the sense that like everyone has their own style. And everyone dances a little differently, everyone surfs a little differently, and that's what makes it special and unique. And I feel like overall you want to be great, but grace comes in many different forms, and I think it's great to like dance hula on the sand and then like also dance on the ocean.
I couldn't agree more, and power as well. You're so powerful. Thanks, Moana.
Thank you.
Hey, and this Wahine, she can dance. I seen her at the ceremony, and we had some amazing rides during the interview, excuse me. Moana danced in the ceremony, and it was amazing. She doesn't just have rhythm of the hula. She got rhythm of the ocean, Isaiah.
Oh, I love that. And drawing that comparison between dancing hula on land and on the wave, and no better person than the Queen of Pipeline herself to articulate that. So I love that. Yeah, Moana Jones Wong. And I liked the way that she answered that question, too. It was like two things. She said you want your own style, and a lot of halauas have their own style of the way that they approach, expressions of hula. But also she said, grace, and then Sister Kinimaka said, and also power. Because there is power in the hula. Drawing that mana in the dance is very similar to drawing the mana from the ocean here.
Too. And this is during the break. Our Nate dog, Florence.
Whoa.
His friends call him Nasty Nate. Bwam, snap. Cuts back into the power source of the whitewater foam ball and just transitions, get distance to ride, and he's in off the wall.
He made that look very easy. He made it look too easy almost, because we've had a lot of surfers kind of struggle to figure out when to pull out of the barrel and how to maintain the speed, but that one just had a constant, and maybe to the section of the wave didn't really like section out for him. It stayed pretty constant, and he was able to thread that barrel for most of the wave. So that, I'm going to say, is going to be one of the better scores for this heat.
Here they're paddling to something, but before you leave the topic of the fish pond, well, after this ride, here we go.
The master.
World champ.
Let's see him do it right here.
Bingo. Double
Standing
grab.
Up tall. Come on, let's go.
Oh, he's flying.
Yeah.
It's a go.
Here comes the signature turn.
Oh. Beautiful swiping carve with the fins free.
Air.
And a big round of applause for John Florence.
Again, we talked about making it look easy. John just the master at that.
You see how
everything is impeccable. It starts with positioning.
Mm-hmm.
I think most people underestimate the importance of positioning, knowing exactly where to be when you're paddling. You'll see this right here. Perfect timing, stands up, slows down. Now he's got to speed up, and he's pumping through that, comes out clean, right through the opening, not a doggy door.
Opens up his wings.
Classic double hand layback, very signature John. And with this speed, he's going to go for the air. And
good slow-mo. As you can see, John's very technical in the air. As he throws it up, you've seen his back leg kick the tail. And what's mind-boggling to me, in these split seconds, not even a second, he downs his toes like this to flatten the board on the way down. I read up a lot of things during a few interviews of John about airs, and I thought that was like, how do you even know you're tipping your toes in all those seconds? A lot of technique from Mr. John Florence. I wanted to ask, as we're on the fish pond topic, I know we got paddlers, but is it disrespectful right now, nowadays, to cross over a fish pond? Like
step over
like the wall, and then there's a surf break out there, and then there's a little holiday in the rocks that you could cut through. Is that disrespectful at all to go over an old fish pond? I just wanted to ask. And then I wanted to ask, over at Kaupo Bay, Rabbit Island, I noticed there's a little rock wall in those tiny little lagoons we take our children. Was that considered a little fish pond as well over there by Makapu'u? They call it Baby Makapu'u, but we call it Kaupo Bay.
Yeah. Well, to answer your first question, it probably is. I mean, especially if somebody's working to preserve a wall, right? And these things are dry stacked. So in other words, there's no cement in them. And really, the ingenuity it takes to dry stack a wall in the water, it's a real feat of engineering.
Okay.
So stepping on one or over one.
Yeah, I wanted to ask.
It's kind of. I think it would be more so like functionally be like, hey,
because I have you here. So
get off the wall.
Okay, so Kaupo Bay, you're at the lagoons with your children. You can either walk down the beach in front of all those people that surf down there now. It's not just Waimanalo. Everybody's down there. And here we go.
It's like Ivan's turn, backside, grabbing rail. You can see those caverns underneath him in the reef as he's pumping through this, traveling. Can he make it out the doggy door?
It goes a different angle inside Aints and drops him off. But beautiful glide and ride. John
Florence, up and out.
So as I'm looking at the surf break, I think as a surfer, it's smarter to cut through the reef and I'm right out at the point. But then I see this, and it doesn't look like a significant rock wall, but I step over it. It's real shallow, and I step over it, and I get right out into the lineup. And I wanted to ask you while I have you here. I don't want to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it is a traditional fish pond, I don't want to go over it.
I mean, I haven't spent much time there, so I couldn't.
So I don't want to knock it down. I make sure I step gently, but I was wondering if that was a fish pond back in the day. I know Shriners is, and here we go.
Here's Jose trying to stay in the pocket. Gets a little too deep. I wonder I'm not trying to discredit Jose at all, but what does it take to get into this team with the Florence brothers and the Olsons?
He must be a heavy mofo, man. He must be. This guy must throw down. I did see him go on a heavy, obtuse knot at backdoor yesterday, and then he just worked real hard to get back out to his team. You know, Eli, John, they were just watching these waves, and we got so excited on the beach announcer tent, they just got run over again and again, but they did get a few.
Replay of Ivan slowing down, stalling. Now then he's going to have to pick it up because it gets fast right here. He's riding through the foam. Tries to get out of that, but it just got way too frothy and foamy to find an exit.
You know, if he let go a little bit earlier, it looks like he might have been able to break loose out of that shoulder foam.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's learning how to blow the conch.
Someone's trying to blow the poo.
And you know, I always, Moku Chandler and the DeSoto brothers, Uncle John, Manny, and Uncle Bruce DeSoto, they did the Kani Kapu every year for the Hui Backdoor. Oi, last-minute decision by Jose, yeah? We've all done that, yeah? Do you scream when you go, oh, what? Tell me why.
Sadly, I do that much more as I've aged and become uncle.
Yeah, I know I make a mistake when I do that. I just sing Backstreet Boys. Tell me why. Over the falls. Why did I do that?
And
then you get the, you know, the yell underneath the water. Refocus, reset, paddle back out and breathe.
Got a paddle here. Ivan going to pipeline on the left.
Oh, he traveled a significant amount of space there, Isaiah.
Yep.
As we watch this guy, he got close to winning last year. Him and Benji Brand were on fire. Sandbar whitewaters. It's always interesting to see your favorite surfers, see how far they break through the back, and it didn't pull them back too much. Some people like to get wet, and some people feel the ocean.
Oh, he almost made that.
Something like Duke Kahanamoku, you know, he would be like the ocean and go around obstructions of negativity and, you know, metaphorically just move and flow like the ocean. And, yeah, we got 56 seconds, Isaiah, remaining.
There were some good waves ridden in this
heat.
What
was your favorite one, would you say?
You know what? I would say John's wave. I mean, that wave, the timing was impeccable. It was a tall wave, at least by this morning's standards. He was deep in it, and then that exclamation point at the end with the double hand layback turn. Money.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure on that wave, as he disappeared from us, he did that little double touch with his hand that he does, you know, that John double grab. He knows rhythm of the wave so much. That's why when you get to a high level like John, he watches the water in a different way. He watches the lip line. He knows the speed of the wave, where he needs to be. He knows how to get from A to Z.
I think, unfortunately, Eli Olsen didn't really have many opportunity. But that is the end of the heat for Team 96712, the Florence Ohana, having a great old time here at Backdoor. We are in round 4, and we will be up next with our New Earth project, the last heat of round 4. We're going to take a break, but please stay with us because we've got a lot of action here at the Backdoor Shootout 2024.
Snap two, bring it back.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
Hey, welcome back. This is Ezra Rodriguez with Isaiah Walker, and we are looking at some girls, talking to our super athletes over here, just coming in from the last heat, 96712. That's John Florence, Eli Olson, along with Jose Angel. And thank you, shout out to Jeff and the boys at Surfline, always sponsoring the Backdoor Shootout, but also like to give a special thanks out to Mark, Jake, Nick, Hannah, Marcus, Lauren, Ryan, and Lindsay. Thank you for all your hard work. I've been a Surfline member for, I don't know when, but Isaiah, awesome stuff, the Surfline crew, as we did the Magnitude Big Wave the day that Eddie didn't run. So these guys, an awesome crew, always taking care of us. Surf Ohana.
For sure. I mean, Surfline Premium, one of the better investments I've had.
Keeping us educated.
Constantly on my app. You know, you get to look at all the forecasts, and it's awesome to see, like, 2 weeks in advance what to expect.
I know. How do they do that? Huh?
What I love about it, and I don't know if my wife, who's here, by the way.
Awesome.
I don't know if she loves that app as much as I do, because every time I'm looking at, I like to go back home. I have one of my kids is in college at University of Hawaii at Hilo, and he lives right there, and Hilo is my old hometown. So I'll look at, like, ahead the forecast, and if there's a window, I'll just jump on a flight and catch a couple waves over there. Look like we're a paddler. Fellow Hilo surfer here, Shaden Picaro, pumping, going through the barrel. Let's see if he can come out.
Love that Shado made it in as an alternate. He's an amazing surfer, putting in his time.
Well deserved. He is
well
an amazing
deserved.
surfer.
I don't like. I just don't like his pipe surfing. I love his above the lip surfing too. The guy can do it all.
Oh,
he can
shreds.
go backdoor. He can go pipeline, and then he can surf medium, and he can grovel the tiniest of waves. So Shado P, locked and loaded,
pumping. Traveled a lot through that barrel, but that sandbar section at the end just made zero opportunity to exit through that barrel. A New Earth project, got another star-studded team. We have world champion Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, and gold medalist from the Olympics in Japan. We got Jamie O'Brien, a legend here at Pipeline, and Koa Smith, Shaden Picaro, Matohi Drole. Now, that last heat was amazing with the Florence Ohana, and I think we got someone down at the beach we're going to talk to, and we're throwing it down to you now on the beach.
Aloha, we're down on the beach with Eli Olson for his post-heat interview. Eli, how was it out there?
It was fun. I mean, the conditions are like as glassy and nice as it can get. A little overcast, but I kind of actually like it when we're surfing. It's just a little slow, but the waves that do come in are they're really good.
Awesome. And you guys are heat 7 of 8, so do you think they might take a pause for the next round, or do you think they'll try to run all day?
It's hard to say because the waves are fun. It's just so slow, but the swell is dropping. So, like, I don't know. I feel like they're already running. They might as well. Like, I still think there's potential to get a high score. It's not going to look like anything from the last couple days, but you can still get, like, a really fun wave. Yeah.
Well, thanks for sharing your mana'o with us and for surfing.
Yeah.
So fun.
Yeah, I'm just stoked to be here. And thank you, Uncle Eddie, and the whole team that put together the Backdoor Shootout. Thanks for everybody watching, supporting. Yeah, stoked.
Yay.
All right.
Yeah, Eli, like you said, Isaiah, keeps looking at the ocean. doesn't want to face his back, checking out the action. Maybe we should turn them around on the next interview because that's a Waterman thing, brother.
It is. Gotta look at the ocean. Even our surfers here, when they're sitting in the water, you'll rarely see a surfer facing the shore because it's just intuitive as an ocean person, as a surfer. You just have to face the ocean to see what's coming next. The only time you see a surfer really turn and look toward the beach, what they're looking for is their lineup. They're looking for, they have markers on the beach like, okay, I'm right in front of this house or this coconut tree, and I want to move a little bit over. Otherwise, eyes are always focused on the horizon and reading that horizon to see what waves are coming in, from what direction. Occasionally you'll get, like we saw yesterday, Liam McNamara waving the towel, trying to help give some direction of which way the waves are coming. But yeah, it is kind of an ocean person thing to face the ocean.
Yeah. I mean, right here at this beach and all island-wide, there is so many kook slams you can't even imagine. It's just once you take your... And it could be a lake, and then all of a sudden a girl's getting thrown over and your eyelids are inside out. I mean, it's not fun. You got to respect the ocean. You can't manipulate it. You know, it's the ocean.
And I can't determine, I can't decide if you can see these shots on social media and stuff of people just getting annihilated by waves. They're just standing. If they're just that stupid, or if they're trying to get
Sharks Cove is one of my favorite ones. You've seen that large couple on the top of those sharp rocks.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you see this wave. And, I mean, it's not like Greg Knoll standing at Waimea with his surfboard, but it's close. And then the thing breaks right on top of them, and they disappear. You know how sharp those rocks are at Sharks Cove.
And please, show respect to our lifeguards, our city county lifeguards. They want you to be safe, and so please.
They ride up to you and tell you.
Don't do stupid stuff for the gram.
Yeah, they come up to you and tell you, and they get a lot of talking back. At the Eddy, I couldn't believe how many people just kept going past the caution tape. Dave Wassel, Joey Aloha, all the boys, what's up? Waimea Tower. These guys are next level. They're even telling the police department, stay back.
Right.
It was a heavy day. Yeah.
Water Patrol ski is right in the lineup. Not sure why.
Yeah, you're right. Beautiful shot of our contest site. And, if you guys are going to come out here, there are waves. And let me teach you something that I've learned at a young age.
Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, pulls into this backdoor wave, comes out clean.
She's loving the conditions. She's loving that. Raised at Kaiser Bowl, surfing backdoor, doing her thing.
Oh, stroking.
Good hustle, girl. Oh, you had no problem. You could duck dive that when it broke. Carissa Moore. But, yeah, when you go traveling, surfing, and anywhere, don't show up with a crowd is the best thing to say, too. As I see the sandbar filling up,
That was a beautiful wave for Carissa. And Carissa definitely earned that. We see here right next to the ski, takes off deep in the back door, pulls in deep, comes out clean. Beautiful. Crystal barrel. Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ.
I just seen Koa Smith paddling over the back of the wave. He's been riding a quad ASIM, yeah?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I noticed his board yesterday. He's totally changed his board. I ride a lot of mid-lengths, but, he's definitely thickened up his board, and he's got some fish noses, and it definitely works.
I love that Carissa got that wave because she really put in the work yesterday.
I mean, man.
She could have opted to, have somebody sub for her because the waves in her heats yesterday, both times she surfed, were at,
huge.
Kind of unruly. There weren't a lot of waves ridden in those heats. Jamie O'Brien did manage to get a couple of good ones, but there was so much.
He got third reef on his head for 15 minutes straight, and it's nothing but a thing. Look at him out there.
And so I, really tip my hat to Carissa for going out in the heavy days, and she definitely earned getting that beautiful wave this morning at Backdoor.
And this is her fourth surf, so she's getting rewarded. You know what I mean? I love it. As we got a teammate paddling back out to the lineup.
That was kind of weird, though. The ski was, right next to her.
I want to say, if there were a little bit more this way, it would have ruined her barrel.
Right.
She would have got the chandelier, and oh man, that would have been a little bit ooh.
Maybe they're doing filming or
they're
talking
getting
story
close
with the camera or something, but. Yeah, well deserved. Carissa really has raised the bar of surfing at Backdoor.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Moana's the queen of pipeline. Carissa has maybe, has that status at Backdoor. I mean, she's
I want to say she's one of the best females from Hawaii, bar none, just the way she surfs.
So many good barrels that she's had out here at Backdoor and the events over the last few years. And it's only recently that women have even surfed in competition at Pipeline. And Carissa's been a part of that momentum and that movement. So
2 years ago, we shared the WSL women's heat. Remember? We're calling that up here on the deck with you. That was massive. You had Bethany Hamilton.
Oh, Bethany.
Yeah, you
charging.
Oh man, we just taxed Jamie O'Brien's GoPro and gave him the Zone Media GoPro because he's so good at it. The guy is an expert at GoProing. Hey, Matahi.
There's the lineup.
Love
just
it.
Chilling with the crew here of New Earth Project.
And yeah, man, that's Kelly Slater's stuntman, J.O.B., Jamie O'Brien, an original. Before John Florence. John Florence grew up admiring Jamie doing his thing, an absolute freak over here.
One of my favorite moments in surfing competition history was when John, he was young. Like I think he was still like a young teenager.
He beat him.
He was surfing against J.O.B. and it looked like Jamie won the heat because there was only seconds left. And they shook hands.
Yeah.
And then that sneaky bugger in the last second turnaround paddled into a wave, got the score he needed.
I seen Jamie's look too when he did that. I mean, he's a beast competitor.
There's Jamie pointing out Matahi.
Love it.
Shaden.
We are
Carissa.
in the heat with Jamie. Thank you, J.O.B.
Aloha.
Thank you, brah. Awesome stuff. The guy is psyched after all these years, and his performance on the first day and that round yesterday, amazing. He's also on our highlight reel, J.O.B.
Oh, for sure.
Textbook backdoor and textbook pipe surfing. A lot of people emulate his physical style on a wave, the way his barrel stance. He is definitely iconic, put in a lot of work. And,
so beautiful day here on the beach. We've had some rain squalls come over, which is nice. Keep us nice and cool. That's one thing about Hawaii. If it rains, just wait a couple of minutes. It'll clear up and dry your skin off.
You also know after the rain comes, 15, 20 minutes, it gets ultra glassy, right?
Man, look at the reef. You can really see from this drone shot, and as the winds have really mellowed out after that rain squall came through, see all the different contours, the grooves, the caves, the
How's
pukas.
that middle crack right there? Ooh. That's where it detonates all the time. It's almost like naturally split right there between the power of the ocean. Erosion.
Always pulling bodies from the caves.
Oh, yeah, another line from a classic movie. I love it. Hey, there's so many little mistakes in the movie, but I'll still love it. It's such a novelty surf movie on the big screen. You know, you can take off at sunset on a gun, but you're going to kick out different stance at Makaha. You've seen that scene, too. I love it.
Yes.
I was like, hey.
Pulling in Goofy Foot, coming out regular.
Yeah. And shout out to Mike Latronic. You know, he was Rick Kane. A lot of people don't know that. As we're sitting here in the infamous Jerry Lopez house, you know, it was just maybe 8-9 years ago. My dad said, oh, there's Jerry Lopez watching Conan. And I said, that's not Jerry. He's like, you never knew that was Jerry Lopez. I told you. And I was like, oh, man. I had a shocker.
He was Conan's sidekick, the little guy with the knives.
I wonder if he's in town or if he's up doing his snowboarding.
Because
the guy shreds on the mountain.
Yeah.
Men who ride mountains, baby. Dohui Ohe'e Nalu. This is the Backdoor Shootout, shooting out into 2024, brought to you by Go Nuts Hawaii. Go get an amazing surfboard experience from them or surfboard rentals out here on the North Shore. And Keiki Beach Bungalows. Born in 1952. And our friend Elon bought it 4 years ago. And it's just an amazing piece of history. Such a nice place to stay. And yeah, you're going to want to book a room now. Winter is not over. And that place is very popular.
Now, this event is very unique in that we have like the mixed gendered heat, which is very unusual. Not at the Backdoor Shootout. We've been having Wahine surfers in this event for many years now, and it's so cool. The thing that's cool about it right now, too, is I think Carissa has the highest scoring wave in this heat so far. So
she's here to beat the boys,
She
Isaiah.
is.
Not just only as a team, as we got, tandems going out next?
Some acrobats.
Oh,
on the
Uncle
beach.
Eddie added the tandem now. Just playing. But yeah.
Something that Duke Hanamoku did.
Yes.
Really pioneered tandem surfing where you surf with two people on the board. Usually there's a male and a female, and you get these fancy lifts. I know Dwayne DeSoto and his crew have done really cool things there.
Brian Kelana is a champion with Kathy Hirata.
Right.
Yeah. Kalani Vieira, the big,
Yeah.
How many cyborgs come from, like a size of Kyborg? Kalani Vieira, also ocean safety, Kauai lifeguard. He's a very good tandem.
And Duke's Ocean Fest, they have the tandem surfing.
I think he won this year.
Okay.
Or unless it was an exhibition, but he's usually really good.
But, at the Backdoor Shootout, we celebrate, Hawaiian culture and history, and I just want to re-emphasize, I've mentioned this previously, but in our Hawaiian mo'olelo, our stories from old times, times of old, pre-Western contact, so many stories of Wahine surfers. In fact, there's probably more mo'olelo stories of female surfers than male surfers.
Wow.
Kelea, Laie Kawai, so many others that really show the prowess and the strength and the ability of women. In fact, interestingly, when Captain James Cook came to Hawaii, he was the first Westerner to recount his experience here. I say that because some people have said that it's possible that maybe the Spanish came earlier and never left to write about it. Not
really
completely sure on that, but when Captain James Cook, one thing that they wrote about was just they described Hawaiian women as masculine, and I have to explain that in context of from the British perspective what they meant by that. It's not necessarily the physicality of the women, but by Western standards at that time, women were behaving in ways that were seen in Europe as more of a manly types of things to do. So the gender types of norms that were, societal norms in Hawaii were very different than in Europe. So women, for example, were surfing in old Hawaii. They were also participating in like these MMA matches, basically these boxing and grappling matches.
Women against women, or
women against women, but in the surfing, in surfing though, you'd have women surfing against with men as well, and it was something that really baffled a lot of the voyagers in their accounts. They didn't really know how to make sense of it. In some ways, were a little intimidated by it, but it really is a cool, point of topic to discuss is that Hawaiian women in these times had this sense of autonomy and power that they exuded in Hawaiian society. And of course, we see it through some of the deities. We talked about Pele earlier. Where she's a goddess of fire, known as somebody, a character that is very strong.
Yep.
And so it's great that we're celebrating, in this heat in particular, strong women in this event and graceful. And I love that Moana Jones Wong was talking earlier about like being graceful and powerful at the same time.
I love that interview.
It's possible.
It was good.
And
you also taught me about the Kauai Wahine that surfed against the men.
Right.
She's a big wave rider. I love that story. And now 8 of those coral heads, or 9, are now placed in the Kauai Reef.
Yeah, there's a story in Makaiva, the story of Kapu'ula Kina'u, and she essentially, challenges these men to this surf competition.
Calls them out, huh?
We're seeing right now, this is a GoPro shot of of JOB wearing our camera for this heat. Hopefully we get some waves that he can, of course, Jamie's no stranger to the GoPro and to backdoor.
And he wants to get barreled and make history for us, too. So this guy is frothing at the bit,
And
I believe he's going to go next.
Here come some waves. This one looks like it has a good line to it.
Let's get ready.
Hopefully it's big enough. It's got the right angle. Looks
Here's
like
four
someone's
more
paddling.
out the back.
It's a little too small. Maybe this back one will... stand up.
Come on, backdoor with a side of pipeline.
Got a rider going left.
Ooh.
That looked like Koa Smith.
Koa trying to force out straight, too, after that pump.
Our Hawaiian Water Patrol chilling on the sled there.
Yeah, you see he's riding. He was riding an ASIM yesterday, and I love Koa's just been widening out his wide points on his surfboards. Looks like he's riding an album surfboard. Jamie's on his Takoro. Equipment is key.
There she is.
Yeah. She's all, we'll split it, bro.
She's like, you go this way.
Oh, man. We are out in the lineup with Team New Earth Project. Peter King's on the beach. This is their team. And Jamie O'Brien, always part of New Earth Project, but taking the place of Mr. Kelly Slater. As Kelly's healing up from something right now at this moment. We miss you, Kelly. Well, you're one of the best out here for sure.
Looks like we
all grew up just watching
here.
you
This
do
looks
your
like
thing.
Carissa again
Yeah.
on another good one. Pumping in the
Carissa.
back door. Let's go.
And she is gone out the back door. Jamie should have handed her off the GoPro because that looked too easy for this mono wahine. Carissa Moore in the house. More aloha, more barrels, and more smiles.
Beautiful.
She's got an awesome
yeah, Carissa,
youth program.
She
for
does.
Wahines.
More aloha.
Yeah.
Very true. Non-profit.
Megan
helping
Abubo, too, another mono wahine surfer. Megan, how you doing, Megs? And Auntie Megs, Megan Godinez. All in the same circle. They're always helping out Carissa Moore. They're right on with her, helping the youth, guiding them, teaching them.
Right, this is a New Earth Project team in the water. This is our last heat for round 4, and we didn't get word yet about round 5. We did hear Eli Olsen saying that he thinks they should keep running. We haven't heard either way, but this is the final heat of round 4, and we've got some great surf. You can see that it is definitely more friendly today than it was yesterday.
I would.
I would too. I mean, this looks. I mean, I want to paddle out right now. That's how friendly it looks right now. Yesterday, I wanted no part of.
Could
any
still
of
get
that.
dirty lickings, though. You gotta, you know what I
That
mean. You
is true.
still gotta
Still.
know what you're doing.
Still a lot of mana to these waves.
You, like you said earlier, the thinnest curtain can take you and just capsize your neck, yank on you something different, and send you to the bottom. So always respect the ocean. You can never manipulate it.
Now, this is
Learn
team
to play with
divisions,
it.
so they're not surfing against each other.
Nope.
Here we have Shade and Picaro going right, pulling in, backdoor.
Wow, Shade OP. Sip. Beautiful. Nice barrel. That's what it's all about. Would have loved to see him throw his tail on that whitewater rebound as this guy can get radical. And like you're saying, the importance of the shootout is traditional Hawaiian surfing style, places importance on style, power, respect for the ocean. Surfers are judged on not only the technical maneuvers, but also on their overall approach, wave selection, ability to navigate, Isaiah.
Yeah,
Which
I love
Shado knows what he's doing.
Yeah, so we are celebrating. It's not just about going head-to-head in this event. There's a team competition, and so we Just love the camaraderie. Here comes a wave.
He's gonna go.
This is our first one. This is Matahi Drole from Tahiti.
Matahi on a runner.
No stranger to the barrel.
Here we go, Jamie taking a dig, letting his teammate go though. You see that?
Oh, Koa Smith almost runs over Matahi.
He almost took his teammate's nose straight off. Yeah. Oh, that was a good exit though.
Of course,
It's not
intentional.
fun. It's not fun when it's not your friend. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
who's that baboos over there? That's never fun. Dinging your board. I shouldn't even say that because I'm going to ding my board now.
Yeah. So
Yes,
Koa Smith, wearing a soft helmet, which is a little different from some of the other helmets we've seen from their other competitors.
Out of all years, the helmet is very popular this year, yeah, Isaiah?
And I think rightly so. I mean,
Yeah.
we did see tragedy, or several competitors hospitalized from this event, and wearing the helmet has saved lives. It saved Kai Lenny's life just
I know
2 days ago.
I was calling him in because this year you only can do one event, right? It's either the pro shortboard, the pro longboard, pro stand-up, and body surfing. The guy does it all. So he got into the stand-up. He got barreled, and I didn't know that he cracked his helmet on the reef. I heard about the blood coming out of his ear, but here we go.
Kamakani?
Yeah,
Froyseth?
Kamakani Froyseth from Makaha with little Wally Froyseth. That was their papa, Wally Froyseth. One of
OG.
Buffalo, Keolana's good buddies.
Like-
Super OG. One time I ditched school on Monday. I paddled out there. I seen two of those uncles sitting on the outside. The most epic, perfect Makaha ever. Look how beautiful it is out there. There's Carissa, double barrel in this heat.
Jamie looking for
Taking
this one.
a dig. Which
we
way is
go.
he going to go, audience? All right,
I'll
back
get
to
that
the
back to
lineup.
you.
Beautiful drone footage as we're pulling back. And no corduroy lines out the back, but I see some maybe a minute out.
Yep.
And go give us a follow at Hui Ohe'enalu, North Shore, and at the Hui Official. I am at Ezra Rod, and this is at Moonwalker.
808. Moonwalker 808.
Moonwalker 808.
Yeah.
Got you.
Well, this is a
30
team
seconds.
division, and so they're, even though the clock is ticking, they're not fighting against each other. But if they were, Carissa Moore would have won this heat.
Oh, big time. She just took them down. And you know what? As our amazing judging panel is going to, every day is different. They definitely narrow down the scale. And here we go. Seconds left, as you could hear the buzzer go.
You guys can throw the break.
All right, well, that is the end of round number 4. That was our New Earth project. Awesome action. We saw Carissa Moore with 2 incredible backdoor barrels. We're going to take a break, but stick with us. Come back after the break. A lot more to come here at Pipeline with the Backdoor Shootout 2024. Well, we're still here at Bonsai Pipeline. We're watching some action here in the water, wrapping up from that last heat.
He made it.
Jamie O'Brien with the GoPro on the head.
After the heat, okay? So, gang, we're talking it over as the waves did not disintegrate totally, but the waves have come down, and there's not a lot of corduroy Pacific lines on the outside, and we want this thing to be consistent. So we're going to – I didn't get the official word,
No,
Isaiah.
official.
It's official. Okay.
Official.
We're off.
We're off for the rest of the day, so we're calling today a half day.
Half day, gang.
And we are going to save round 5 for another day. I
Here's
know in the
the
forecast
history.
a lot of big waves coming, but here we go. Here's that angle we're waiting for with the GoPro.
J.O.B. in the tube, super quick.
In and out.
Rides out. Thank you, Jamie O'Brien. Stay psyched with him. Mahalo. So we're off, and we're going to start round 5 next day. So, I mean, not
Next
tomorrow.
time.
Next time. So you guys stay tuned. We have the waiting period to the 16th of January. Round 5 will start off with Nave. Okay?
Yep. So we have a day and a half left of competition, and we have a whole long window of time. So
we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come right back, and we're going to recap this amazing 4th round. So if you guys were going to leave and come down here, just letting you know we're off. Thank you to all our sponsors. We'll be right back after the break.
Stick with us for the recap.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
All right, guys, welcome back. You guys heard the news. We're back from break and round 4. We got all through the 8 teams. That was their 4th surf. And now we're going to go to recap because the waves have subsided. Right, Isaiah?
Right. We're going to hold off on round 5, save it for another day. But we had some great action today at Pipeline, here at the Volcom House, on the beach on the North Shore.
Thanks for having us.
Isaiah Walker, Ezra Rodriguez, been a pleasure to be here and to call this. And even though the waves were smaller, Ezra, than yesterday, I mean, there are so many really good barrel rides. We saw a lot of good backdoor. That last heat, Carissa Morris scored 2 in and out deep barrels.
If it was a regular contest, she beat all the guys.
And it's been, I mean, it has been exciting. It has been a little more fun. A lot of the surfers on the beach mentioned that yesterday was kind of like, cat and mouse trying to survival mode, whereas today had a more friendly vibe. But a lot of good barrels still today. However, because it's the forecast that we have from Surfline is for it to continue on the decline.
Yeah,
we're just gonna call it a half day today. Pick up. We have a lot more days left in the window for the competition window. So we're going to put it on hold today and then come back when the swell picks up again.
Honey, bring my surfboard from home. We're going to highlight it up. Isaiah, awesome for being with you here in the booth. Always good times. And here we go.
Yeah, this was from our earlier rounds today. Getting barreled. We saw a lot of backdoor action today because the waves were a little smaller and with that northerly angle. Mason Ho pulling into that one. The hair flick
Steez out of the barrel. Sebastian Correa, Team Tubos.
Yeah, early in the morning, very glassy. This was Carissa.
So this is the highlight reel. This is what went down today. So Carissa's on the highlight reel. That's awesome.
John Florence had one of the best barrel rides of the day, and here it is. He comes out and watch his signature Schwappa.
Best ride of the day, I think. There was a tube that might hinder this one from somebody else, but look at the air at the end.
Another one. Carissa had 2 sick barrels, threading both of them, coming out clean, loving it. Camera's right there.
Oh, here we go, into the tube. This is Shinpei Horiguchi. Mahalo, Shinpei from Japan, taking the GoPro, making history. You and Jamie O'Brien with Zone Media. And don't forget, they're going to be going on Roku TV, Adventure Zone.
Angle of that barrel of Shinpei pulling into the barrel from a competition live. Awesome action today.
Love it.
Really good ones.
Beautiful day, gang. You guys enjoy the day. Follow us on our @ on Instagram and also dahui.com. Got all the apparel, but please stay tuned. We're going to have stuff on IG and through the Coconut Wireless, and we're going to run this thing again. So thank you for joining us in international waters. Mahalo for all you spectators. Hey, and nice sitting with you in the booth,
brother.
my brother. Always.
All right. Well, we're look forward to. We're going to check back tomorrow because we never know what can happen with the ocean. We'll see. We'll get an update to you, but we do have more days to come at the Backdoor Hui Shootout 2024. Mahalo and aloha.
Mahalo.